Roar. How you doing, pretty people? I missed my favorite internet voices.
Hi, hi. I would turn down. Oh, I should take my vitamins. Anyways, hi, hello, welcome. I love the water today is haunted, and I will take my vitamins haunted. I swear, I'll take them. Oh, anyways, hello, Doc. Hi, haunted. Hi, Gothic. Gothic, thank you for 43 months too. Thank you. I need to turn this on to light mode. Jesus. Can't freaking read. That's it for now. How are you guys? How have you been? Don't want that? Let me grab my vitamins. Really not quite high, but hey, 40 is still high, honestly. That's not bad at all. Okay. Yellow. We're gonna have an interesting day. Hello, hi, welcome. It's not gonna be a normal day. And that's completely okay. Because I'm not gonna keep my webcam on today. But I went attack, so I'll be here for now. We're gonna go PNG mode today. While I play games. Because I feel like it. Over the weekend I realized I need to not give a fuck. And so, yeah. Simple cure to my depression. Not really, but yes. How has everybody been? It's been a minute. How have y'alls survived? I don't want this like that. There we go. Scrump. I have these stupid affirmation cards I got. And like, I know for sure this art is just AI. Like, I know for a fact. They were a gift though from my sister-in-law. And I know for a damn fact. But they're cats. And they're really cute. Do a good thing. Nobody give me fire. Okay. Hi, Junior. Hi. Hi, Junior. Don't get fired. Oh, let me do Junior's roll. Junior first because 5:15 in the 6. You'll do good. Don't get caught. Oh my gosh. Let me do. Okay. Haunted, I'll do yours. 14, 11, and 16. You're doing great, Haunted. Everybody, thank you. Thank you. Oh my god, I didn't send out the message. I meant to. Oh,
Sarah's 18 lit Finth Love 1 Ang Woman
Thank you
Finth
for
Love
very
Sarah's
Sarah's
18
Finth
lit
Finth Love
Finth
3
love 1
Rabbit.
NG woman Finth love 2 arrows Finth lovey rabbit.
I love the image of that. Oh my god.
Junior's boss. Junior isn't working.
No. Don't get him caught. Did I? Did that? Oh, I guess the song was just ending. Huh. Okay, I don't want that. I don't want that. Married to the back will take. Let me send out a message really quick as we sit here. Where the fuck are their names? Where is he? Where is he? Okay, just kidding. I guess I'm gonna have to do it afterwards. Is this the right one? Yes. I forgot Discord goes onto streamer mode. Well, since Wednesday, fuck yeah. I love that you sent what you sent this morning, Kai. My biggest worry. I'm like, cut. I need to turn this on. How has the trip? That went off at 2 different times. How has the trip been though? Fuck yeah. Good is what we want to hear. These little affirmation cards are so cute. I just know damn well. They're so cute though. They're so cute. It's just kitties. But it's so much. Fuck yeah. When do you come back? What was I gonna do? Oh, roll. Doc, let me do your roll. Oh, 2, 1, and 7. What the fuck? What the fuck, Doc? Wednesday? Okay. Well, safe travels when you do come back. But fuck yeah. That's a decent trip you went on then. I put these away. Oh. I gotta be careful of these. Wow. Oh my god. Okay, you got a 19 and 16 because you're doing amazing. A 3 maybe because of joints and or because the trip's coming to an end. Me and 1 for yes. About the same. 14, a 9, and a 7. 2, 1, 7. Yeah, you got low, Doc. Bah. Down on my knees. Down. I want to put these away. I didn't do my tarot reading or my stretches this morning. What the freak? And I wasn't listening. You had a decently high roll. God, really, I don't know. Hold on. 6, 16, and 13. That's your roll, Haunted. You just re-rolled it, which is about what you had. Been out all day and I'm dead. You know, that's fair. That's fair. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's the good dead of like, okay, now I'm eepy and tired. Also, sorry, this song has been stuck in my head for far too long. Oh. We're shuffling cards to do this. Oh shit, I was scheming, but I was supposed to message. In the Navy. Scheming. We're scheming today. I would have new art to share here because, as a quick note, we're gonna. Oh, I can't. Hold on. I can't do that yet. Okay, now I can do it. I was gonna make a new PNG and try to use, freaking what is that called? The PNG tuber thing. To make this more interactive or whatnot, and or just like proper cat for me to use for PNG. Sorry, I love doing that, but I needed to show that. My Apple Pen broke last night, and it didn't break where it's unfixable. I need to replace the little nib. It is completely jacked. It started cutting my iPad. It only cut the like protective screen. So I need to fix it. I just need to buy a new nib, so I can't draw for a little bit now. So I was gonna make a glorp cat to be. Guess I'm not gonna be a glorp cat for a while. Unless unless I go ask somebody to make me a glorp cat. Normal. I don't know. I kind of want to be a krill. Coming up real as hell. But also we have a couple other ones. That big 2050. The fuck 2050. Sorry, don't count how I counted 2050. It made sense in my brain. 250. It made sense in my brain a lot how I said the 2050. 2050 is 20 and 50. I can't do math. Anyways, that's crazy. I really like this song. That's 2050. My brain really was like, that's right. Look, really, thank you. I just had my confidence back, and by that I realized, oh, do you guys want one day you'll be at 2050. Yes, you will. Do you want the dramatic analogy of how I've been feeling and what I realized? Because I have a dramatic telling for it because I thought about it and I was like, damn, that's really fucking dramatic. Oh my god, I wonder if people want to hear it. I love the drama. So I'm a star shape, you know? Star shape was like the best shape also because a little star, you know? So star. I was a star shape trying to fit in a circle, the cookie cutter circle. So I was cutting off all of my jingles and all of my funny little limbs of being funny. And so I made myself depressed trying to fit into a cookie cutter shape. And so I realized, no, actually, I want to be a little star again. I want to be silly. I don't give a shit what people think. Says it. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't even put makeup on today because I was going to be a PNG. So I'm like, I don't want to. I'm also really tired from work. I don't know why. I think it just has been extra draining because I'm not enjoying my time there as much. So that's that. Did this not actually give? Oh, it did. Okay. So I feel a little extra drained from that, but like, real fun. I'm just like tired. But the switching back to night shifts kind of just like fucked me up. Like I was sitting in quiet. Oh, I gotta pick all the decks all out. Ooh, did you guys win any magic stuff? Like, did you win any? Did you bite their ankles? Did you bite their ankles? I keep on saying that I'm gonna fight the Spideys or I'm gonna fight certain people at work, and I don't mean it actually, like literally. And I'm like, I hope you guys understand. I don't actually mean I'm going to fight this performer. I just mean it's a one-on-one of like, I'll tell them to their face, that was mean. Quite one red, fuck yeah. Also, I'm gonna type this message at the same time. And for sorry, I locked into typing. Proud of him. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I gotta play One Piece, bro. Dude, people sell the One Piece cards for so much, and it's so annoying because I want to collect the cards because I want to play. But no. People have to buy them and resell them. Which also Kai, also I guess quiet too because you're there and you like magic because of you. My brother collects a shit ton of Pokemon stuff to the point that I'm like, are you gonna open any of those? Because he has like a whole shelf and they're all closed and sealed. Worth a lot. But I'm like, you gonna open those? But then I turned. We were there for the funeral, because we left as I joke the after party. We left the after party to go then spend time at my brother's house. Wonderful, great time there. But I turned to my left, and his little gaming room with all of his collections. I turned to the left, and I'm like, and he had magic cards, and not only did he have magic cards, he had the sealed packages of both. To the left specifically was the Avatar collection, Avatar The Last Airbender. And then to my right, somewhere in there, because I didn't actually see it, he had the Lord of the Rings one, which lost a lot of its value because somebody found the ring. But I forgot that was a whole thing with that. I'm like, that's still freaking cool. But then I looked to my little left, and next to those magic cards, he had the fucking One Piece cards that I want. He had the ones I want, which are the girls. It is the curls. It is a collection of just all the girlies. And I'm like, you took them from me? So I really want to buy them off of him because I really want them. Got a great picture. Want to see it? Yes. Been given phone access. Phone access. Yeah, he has the Lord of the Rings ones. I don't know what form of package he had in the Lord of the Rings one, but he had one. But he had the Avatar The Last Airbender collection. I think best way to describe it, because I don't remember how many cards are in each one. They're not smallest, but smaller version. So not like the medium or the large. It was like this. The small, but not a booster pack. Small. This is how I describe my magic cards. Because it makes sense with how their packaging is. There's the small big bundle, and then there's the bigger one, and then you can buy even bigger ones. It makes sense in my brain. But he has all those, and I was so offended because I'm like, I want those. Not so much the magic, but mainly the One Piece. He only had 2 packs of it, but I'm like, I will give you my money. Let me have them. I'm also just like, what if I steal them? I will not steal them. Or I could. Because he had some that I've opened up before. Love them. I got a really pretty card from it for my One Piece ones. Also, my One Piece cards are still naked. It's quite funny. It's okay. But he had 2 different, also I will stare at that picture. Waiting patiently for it to go through. They're making another set of The Hobbit. Ooh. Either way, even if it's The Hobbit or just another Lord of the Rings, that's exciting. I really loved what they did. I was working at Barnes & Noble when it happened, and I kind of forgot about it. When he was talking about it, it reminded me. But because they had the find the ring, there's one ring. And I forgot about that because I worked at Barnes& and Noble, and then, like, 2 doors down was a GameStop. And somebody from that GameStop literally came into our shop to try to buy some because he was looking for the ring. It was so funny. But I'm excited for that. Okay, let me go back to this message. Yeah, I money. Oh, good heavens. So I'm realizing more and more now that I need to professionally write emails to reach out for managers and whatnot. So I think the time has now come that I need a new keyboard and fix this one. I really want to fix this one because this is a magnificent keyboard, but I really need a new keyboard so I can type properly. Everybody went feral for the ring. Yeah, everybody went feral for the ring. It's so funny, but it was such a fucking cool experience. Like, I don't know, that was such a cool way to promote, one, a really cool set of cards, but then also two, find a ring. The one ring. I'm so glad that they didn't do, like, there's 5 rings. Like, no, it is the one ring. Just like in the fucking books. The one ring. How do I get to my fucking Gmail? Let me just check here. Internet? Now it's been posted. Fuck yeah. It's okay. I just assumed I was going to what? I'm like double checking things. Okay, so that's the game. I needed to make sure what game I was talking about. Oh, I kept on. Oh, God. This is the one I need to add. Oh. How do I spell? How do I spell? Cards? Me? Quiet? Okay. Okay, Quiet still has a phone. Who has the phone? I see. Pokemon cards and magic cards. Ooh, did you guys pull anything good? Sorry, I like logged back into email. Oh my god, you guys. I'm actually like correcting my things. Okay, I did professional things. Anyways, yeah. Anything good? Oh, let me open back up so I can go see the image. What was I want to know what was I thinking? I'm trying to think because I also rolled my I'm trying to Doc, I'm trying to figure out. I'm like, what was I doing? What face was I making? Oh, I had my cards out. I'm like, what type of face was I making? What emote was that? What Sarah emote was that? I got told last night. It was so funny because one of my other performers came in. And he was talking to my other performer who I was dressing, and so sorry, I like the little cat image. My stream froze and it skipped immediately after I got. That's so fucking funny. I might have to go back and figure that out because I'm so curious. I love it. It's an iconic picture. But we were all talking. Well, they were talking and I was dressing, and so in the middle of it, he was just like, he like locked out of the conversation and then looked over to me. He was like, "I'm sorry, do you have a sister?" And I was like, "No, no." He's like, "Oh, okay." And then he looked back to the other guy and he was like, "No, like this is crazy. You look there's another performer who I know of. I look like his wife who's a quadruplet." It's me now. Hello, welcome back. Did you get any good Pokemon cards? Did you open them? But he was like, she has a quadruplet and everything. And so he was explaining it to the other guy and then telling me. And then I was stood off to the side as he was finishing getting ready. And they were all still talking. And then I was making an expression. He was like, "No, this is weird. Even your mannerisms are the same." And I was like, sat on the side. It was crazy. It was so funny. Okay. Dude, we went to Build-A-Bear. We were silly. Good. Where I got the cards in plushie. Okay, I just want to know if you pulled any good cards if you opened them. Because you posted a bit of a haul, right? Yes, you did. Oh my god, yes. I actually want to talk to you about some of the stuff you got because I'm like, as as I shall commence doxing the quiet. Understandable. Good. Don't dox on what would this be? on the main? Is this what I'm looking for? Oh, almost. I was doing my tarot reading really quick, sorry. Yeah. Hee hee hee. Hee 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 hee. Oh yeah, you got this cinnamon roll. This cinnamon roll looks so cute. Oh, there's the card I needed. I put this away and I do one afterwards. I stole some mannerism from Quiet. Oopsie. No, that's such a fucking mood. It was so weird getting told, like, no, you look like her. But also, you have the same mannerisms as her. I was like, that's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. Okay. Oh, a full art one. Oh, I love the full arts. I think that's what it is. It's not on me. Real as hell. What was I gonna say? One, your guys' version of Legends and Lattes. So pretty. I like that cover better than... I like our cover. It's cute. I like your guys' cover, but your cover is better than one of the other ones that we had. There was like a special edition that we had that I'm like, yeah. But also you got Cheese Sweet Home, and I love... I love Cheese Sweet Home so much. What was I gonna look up? Legends and Lattes. Special edition? Okay, well that's the special edition. That one's really pretty. Oh, it's just your guys' version, but rainbow chromatic. But I like how your guys' look. The rainbow chromatic is kind of cool. Man, there's so many special editions of Legends and Lattes. Interesting. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, per Kai's message, as the last note of it, the third one got knocked down. It was great. I love that. Also, those Pokemon vending machines. Okay, that's important stuff. I gotta read that later. The Pokemon vending machines, we have one, well, I ran into one in the wild and I didn't know what it was because I was checking it with my mom because we were at a grocery store, and I looked over and I was like, what's that? Because there was a guy looking at it, like he was scrolling through it, and I was looking, I was like, what is that? And I looked, I was like, oh my god, that's Pokemon. I was like, okay, it's Pokemon. What the fuck is that? I was like, oh my god. I saw what he was scrolling through. I'm like vending machines select cities, like maybe 3. That's crazy. Me. I live in Southern California. It's okay. I'm gonna ask if I had a brother 2 grades below. Is that an accident? I mean, that's crazy. I've only gotten told once that I have a doppelganger, and it's a one of my relatives, I guess, down in Mexico. Do 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 do. Hee. Except they. Ah. Oh no, I'm Kai, I was like, oh shit, are there really not that many vending machines? No, I have a lot of vending machines actually by me. I have a lot of vending machines. But anyways, those things are really weird, but also kind of cool. But when I tell you, this man scrolled through the entire catalog of that vending machine and all of them were sold out. I'm like, oh. Build a deck and learn Pokemon CG around the... Ooh, that'd be interesting to do. Fuck yeah. Also, hi, Turnup. The same day, though, yesterday when I got told, like, oh, you look like this person. One of my other cast members, we were putting stuff away in the room when we were done with the night, and I was making faces again, and she was laughing at it, and then she was just like, oh my gosh, no, you remind me of my friend, because she's not from here, but I reminded her of a friend for making the expressions. It got really dark because I closed the Pokemon page. Oh my god. So it was weird getting told twice in one day. It's just like, yeah, you remind me of this person, or you look like this person. I'm like, huh? The cool cards and I get them in my pockets. Yeah. Kai, when you say it like that, I just imagine like the little kid that pulls out the crumbled cards, like, it's in my pockets. I give you my card, it's in my pockets. I want to go to one of those vending machines. Pokemon vending machines. I wonder if there's any, like, do we have any in LA? Let's Los Angeles. I wish I could just look at all the, holy shit. Where are the ones in Los Angeles? They're kind of just all sporadically. I saw you were on. Where have you been? Hello. Yes, I did take a break. 1, because eventually wasn't really feeling well about streaming, but also 2, I also was really exhausted from all of my family outing stuff. And then 3, they also scheduled me to work on Monday. So I was like, you know what? The week is telling me to just have a break. So it was a well-needed break. It is a dangerous break because then I woke up this morning, I was like, I could just not stream. But I'm like, no, if I don't stream, then I will start this cycle of, well, I don't have to, and then I wouldn't come back. But it was good. I figured out, I cured my depression, not really, but I just need to not give any fucks and go back to my normal hee hee ha self, in a sense of, I don't need to fit in the cookie cutter. Are they at bombs? Food for less? Sorry, we're looking at Pokemon vending machines. That's crazy. Pokemon at food for less? There were so many in Los Angeles. Yes, but how have you been? Is there any by my work? Aisha, bitch. I love that part. Okay. I don't want radio. Lanterns. I love this. Anaheim. What am I hitting? I'm gonna say where, but we went to castles. Ooh, always fun. Honestly, 1, yeah, don't say the castles because that's pinpoint locations, but castles in general, love them. They're so much fun. I want to go see castles again. Also, welcome in, Ghost. Hello. Welcome. We're scheming before we play some Deadlock, and I turn into a shrimp. Maybe. Or we used by other PhDs. Castles are so fucking cool. I got a somewhat help build one when I went back in high school. Very fun. Are you sure you don't need to fit it? But the cookie cutter. No, no, not the other word. It's comfy. It is comfy in the cookie cutter, but it makes me lose my mind. As I said, I described it earlier, Steve, and I was like, "Hey, do you guys want a dramatic explanation of what I was feeling?" I was trying to take. I said star shape because I like star. I could say triangle or square, whatever shape. I star shape trying to fit in circle. Ain't no fit. Ain't no fit, and I had to cut off my legs and arms to fit in the circle. You know? I just remember my first Pokemon Blue game. Oh my god, do I have? I think it's over there, but I have all my old Pokemon games, and I know exactly which one you're talking about. I remember always playing. I think as a kid, I would just say like, "Oh yeah, I want to play the Pikachu game" because it was Pokemon Yellow, and it had Pikachu on it, and that's my memory of that. Did I ever beat it? No, but did I start it over and over again? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I had no sense of finishing games when I was a kid because I did not know. Because I did that with Kingdom Hearts and Resident Evil. I'd be sad if you didn't come back, as long as your mental health is better. That is true. But I do let my mental health spiral if I don't stream because then I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna lay and do stuff. And then I sit here, I'm like, wow, what do I do? I did try to attempt to edit while I was away. Started one. It's just so much work, but I do want to edit again. I do miss it. Just need to pick it up again. Also, hello, Giraffe. I hope you're well. Love your night PNG. I do have a whole bunch. Hold on, let's go through them. I'm walking in. Where the frick is it? My PNG. It's gonna be in the middle of the fucking screen. Oh, is it not gonna activate it here? Oh, it only activates it on the other screen. I would have to turn into a shrimp if we want to go through them, so I won't do it right now. It's exactly what I was about to say, Duck. Cookie cutter. I meant to say cutter. Oh, I know. It's important. Being cookie cutter is nice. It's just, man, when you don't fit into it and then you try to shove yourself into a shape that you're not, it kind of sucks. If you fit into it, then it's comfy. It's fine. Then you fit where you want to. Hehehehe. I did multiple castles over Europe. Could do a lot of places, but before that, took yearly trips to Switzerland with my dad. Ooh, that sounds so nice. I do love Switzerland a lot. Like, the castles are so cool. So would I get a physical copies of the original games? Fuck yeah. I love that guy. You and all your definitely illegally acquired games. But yes, I do love the physical copies and I will always cherish them. Hello. Oh, hi, Jelly. How are you? How have you been? Fam stress, work situation. Have it improved since last week? Yeah. Last week I was dreading the funeral, not because of funeral, but because of family drama. But it's over. It's fine. We're okay now. Um, work is just work. Work is work. I don't want to go back to work. But it's fine. I'm back in Marvel, so I'm fine working there. And it's great, except my nails don't like it. My nails don't like it at all. My nails are dying. So overall, doing better. And I started listening to better music. And by that, it was my hype music. And then it clicked in my brain. It was like, wow, why this? Why bother? We only live once. I know, it's been so long. You remember how I used to be Bean? Yes, I do remember. Because I think you stopped in. It's been a while, but I think you stopped in once you changed your name to Jelly. So I do remember. I do remember. That's why I stopped. I was like, do I call you Bean or should I call you Jelly? Oh, yeah, because I was going to call you Jelly Bean. I remember that. I'm doing good. It's been a rough, start of the year. Nothing terribly bad, but, doing better now. Doing much better now. Whatever cookie you are, it's what you're meant to be. It's a lot cooler than most cookies I come across. Hell yeah, I'm a cool fucking cookie. As a dramatic song comes on. Fucking love. Epic. Okay, no longer you. You'll come back to you later. Why am I looking at the vending machines? I'm not gonna go to them. We win every year. Ooh, that's nice having a yearly trip though, Ghost. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Legally, that is legally acquired for once that one, but the rest of your collection. The rest of your collection is what I was referencing to, guy. Red, yellow, and gold. I think we had ruby. I don't know if we had gold. I'm trying to think of all the colors of the game, so whether they're in the same series or not. Here, yeah! You've been rock climbing, right? You're the one who I see rock climb. There's a couple of people who I see rock climb on my Instagram every once in a while. Go and Ghost. Call me your go or go. Okay, cool. I think Ghost will stick. I like that one. Okay, yeah. It's you. It's you, because you have the little your little braids. I love your little braids, your little long braids. That combo with short hair, the little tails at the end. Mwah. I love them. I love them. They're so cute. There's another creator I watch on YouTube that has like the same style hair, so it like makes me go. I'm like, I like this hairstyle. Oh, okay. Ghost is a cool nickname. Where is it? Wait a minute. You mentioned family drama a few weeks ago. Thought we should forgive and forget. You would think that they will learn to forgive and forget. Unfortunately, it's not in the gene. So it's remember and never forgive. It's quite wonderful. Magic. 3 gen, ruby, sapphire, emerald. Oh, did we have emerald? Oh, the catastrophe ads. I need my sister-in-law also gave me these little bookmarks. They're the magnet ones. That's a particularly good one. Magic. But they keep on falling off the little paper, so I just need to take them off. Wahoo! Okay. I need to also do my planner for this week, but I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Anyways, let me go through. We're gonna. Where the frick is the fungi? Fungi. I know I have fungi here somewhere. Oh, it's fungi, but I like calling it fungi. Be lurking, I'll play some games. No worries, have fun lurking. Have a good time playing games. Good luck, have fun. Hopefully you win, whatever you're playing. Oh, I'm sorry. Every once in a while, I have to reactivate the Fugi reactive. I went for yeah, wait for me. But I have to reactivate it, and then it goes over of like we can access this, and then it says we can't. It says what they can't do, and it says buy you a nice seafood dinner. They can't buy me a nice seafood dinner, you guys. Okay, I need to reread that. We have a selection. Hi, Karomi. How are you? Ooh, baby, she moves. Didn't think it was. We're eating nice food, and then we were getting sauce. So I said one random days I would acquire pans of cooked foods. Oh, wait, that's really cute. Never got caught. Fuck yeah, even better. Even better. Japanese shirts. Good. How far does the Japanese go? Okay. I'm so proud of you, Junior. I was like, how far does it go? Because I was like, does it go? No, there's no more writing down there. Is there anything on my back? No, it's just cat bus running. I'm proud of you, Junior. I should learn my Japanese again. Call me Ghost. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I like that. Sneaky snake. A sneaky little snake. Doing good. I'm glad to hear that, Karomi. Glad to hear that. Let it ride. Let's ride the cat. That makes sense. Let's ride the cat bus. Because they are riding the cat bus. I apologize to my family. I'm gonna turn into a krill really quick so I can show you my other PNGs. Welcome. Unfortunately now I'm going to drown because I'm gonna turn into other. We could just be my icon. That's it, my whole icon. This is so funny, a square image there. I got this one. I haven't used this one in a while. We got this Christmas one. I hate it. I should delete it. I got this one. This is my crunchy little one from Marin. Oh my god, are they still gore on Discord? Not Discord. On Twitch? I forgot what side we were on. I got this little guy. My little standing little clown. I got my clown sitting. These were my two PNGs for, freaking, what was that called? Alien Isolation VR. I have this one. Me and my IRL cat. This was specifically used for my friend's birthday video. That's all this was for, but it's me and Didi. I could just leave this PNG. I got this crazy one. I do like this crazy one a lot. I might actually use this one today. And then I have my sketchy little one. Anyways, I'm a shrimp. And I'm back. No more shrimp. Do you see it? Did I post it? No, I actually didn't fully watch that one. I did see you put something there. But I did not watch it, but I saw him like, more Resident Evil content, more Resident Evil content. Hee hee hee. Let it ride. Sorry to see, let's ride him. Let it ride. That's because when we were at, so we were constantly, the other guy would be, 6'5" or taller than that. Okay. I like that. I like the ghost one. That's so cute. Fun fact, she bangs. Are you sure, Junior? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Am I delayed? Holy shit, you guys. I dropped... How many frames did I drop? Let me see how delayed this is if I reload my little thing. Okay, it's not that delayed. If you guys are on a big delay, you can refresh and it'll put you back in the right place. That's crazy. 4 place 8 equals krill. Equals krill. Equals krill. Hi, turn up. Thank you for
Oh, hey,
64
what's
months.
this do?
What's this button do? I dropped 7,000.
Oh hey, what's this do?
I really gotta figure out what my PC issue is, but I also don't have the money to fully fix a PC issue if that happens, you know? I locked into this song. We are gonna be playing this song while we play Deadlock. I know it's not been a full hour, but I want to play Deadlock as one of my epiphanies over the past week was I'm relying on too much. Okay. She bangs both English and Spanish. She bangs multi-language. I almost said multi-languagey. Apparently I'm not that. Not me. No. Nay. Can't speak. So that guy Haunt. Oh my god, that's so cute. No, I love that because we have somebody named Haunted here. We have 2 people that can haunt us here now. Good luck haunting. Good luck haunting for whatever thing you're gonna go get done. Good luck. We'll be here playing Deadlock in a second. But one of the things that I realized, I'm like, I know I've been asking you guys, oh, what do you want me to play? What do you want to see? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think about? I fucking love Spider-Man. Anyway, so I realized, no, you know what? I want to play Deadlock. We're going to play Deadlock. Except I did also say Slay the Spire because I wouldn't mind playing that either. Or Balatro. I'm a little up in the air of which ones, but I'm like, no, we're going to do what I want. And that's it. That was the epiphany of like, oh, I can play what I want. I almost went to Warframe. I will not lie. I did almost go to Warframe. As much as I do want Warframe. Work. Good luck with work then. As much as I do love Warframe, that was not the goal of today. Putting that on. Putting that. We're gonna open up the game and then I'll switch things. We'll see how my computer lasts. Because it kind of hates me sometimes. My friends were playing Deadlock last night. And by last night, I mean literally when I got home. Sorry, I need to stand. My leg kind of hurts. Okay, I was like, is Deadlock gonna open? I'm staring at my screen waiting for it. Another job site, so it's 8 hours a day. Ugh. And have a lot of... Oh, okay, well, that's not bad. Wow, wow. Finally listening to us after all this time? Yeah, okay. So, can I get this off the side of my screen? Hold on, how do I do this? Can I do this here? I'm not on the right fucking thing. Let me go here. Ba, 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 ba. Deadlock. So if I click that, if I click this here, yes, okay, okay. And then I click that one, okay. So unfortunately I'm a shrimp now. Let me give you the game sound. Give it a little bit to warm up the game. But yeah, I am finally listening to you, Doc. Okay, I am finally listening to everybody here because unfortunately, when I started at the beginning of the year, I went into hibernation mode and didn't get too depressed. But I was exhausted from the work that I was doing. Oh my god, I'm watching my PNG freak the freak out. You know, you see it freaking the freak out. That's so funny. And I just had to reactivate my brain again because I was in such a good spot right before I had the hell of a schedule from Disney. Because I had a whole organized system of making edits and then working on some other editing and streaming and having free time to play games, and then it all went to fucking hell. It all went to hell. So yeah. It's better now. I'm getting there. So yeah, you should work 60 to 75 hours a week. Oh, that's crazy. That's good though. I mean, good work. Also, I know Turnip. Today's not a face day though. Today's a game day. Game. We might turn off the PNG. So I can stay home with our son and help out. Oh, good for you. That's good. It's honestly a very nice thing to do. Because it's hard being able to make enough to be able to do that, so that's good that you can and you are willing to do that. The PNG... Hey, you guys, what if I hide my PNG somewhere on the screen? What if I hide myself? Should I hide myself? Also, I think I might rework Chat Cat. Hold on, we gotta... You gotta see something. Okay, so it's while I'm in the game. It's the usual. I forget what other... Oh, Resident Evil was doing that for a little bit. I did drop a lot of frames, so I don't know what's happening with my computer right now, but if I talk enough, then you'll never know that my shrimp is decomposing and freaking the freak out. We're gonna go to our favorite zone, and yeah, for a second before I start throwing pillows, the usual. Uppies. Oh my god, that means I can lock the freaking... I don't think you guys realize that, like, I'm very... I lose my confidence. I lose my cock, bros. I lose my fucking cock. They take it. They fucking take it from me. Anyways, I lose a lot of that when you guys can see me. I need to... Hold on, I need to mute. Okay, I was staring straight into the face of the button that's on my mic. Anyways, yeah. I lose my confidence when you guys can see me. When you can't see me, I will say whatever the frick I want. Anyways, that's how that is. After working 15 years? Oh, that's so good. Good for her. That's what is it? I say queen shit right there. Yeah, as she deserves. That's good. That's very sweet of you. This is Valve's new game. It hasn't fully released. It's invite only, but it's not like exclusive invite. You just have to be invited if you want to play. But it is a MMO shooter game. Hello. I love you. Do you have an audience with you today? Are you back at school? Do you have school? Wait, I can check your location. Hold on. That's me. Kitty cats are lesbians. Lesbians at school. Yes, she is. And she's in fact not a lesbian. I don't think a single person in this actual lesbians chat is lesbians. I think we're all either straight or bisexual. But yes, it's an MMO shooter. It's very fun. I do really love the characters and everything. I'm a cool, yeah. I was just seeing one of my other friends play this. Oh my god, crazy. Because he was making TikToks about it, and I missed the stupid freaking April Fool's update because I was too EP. My keyboard acting up again? No, real as hell. B, I realized I need to write professional, like, emails and stuff. I need to get a new keyboard because I can't have my keyboard acting up like it does, like how yours is acting up. What do we got? What do we got? Who do we have? What do we need? I kind of want to add Sinclair. I don't think I'm really good at Sinclair, though. I say that, and I say that with a bold face because I've never played Sinclair.
I'll be doing 90% of the work.
Shut up.
Sinclair's lore is so funny. Okay, that's a deploy. Ah. Oh, did I press that one? Okay, hold on. Yes, the characters are very cool. If you look at Sinclair, Sinclair is very, like, rough about. Sinclair's two people that died. It was a couple that died in a circus act, and so they're in a mannequin. But he's very rough around the edges. I think Celeste is a good show. She is.
But I tell him I'm a unicorn.
Oh my god, Celeste.
And everyone acts like I'm the biggest carny in the world.
Oh my god, Celeste, shut up. Celeste is a newer character, and they have been putting a lot more work in, and so you can see how detailed she is compared to, like, compared to Sinclair. Oh my
We'll be ready to help
god.
once we agree who's driving the body.
I am.
He got
not.
no pizzazz.
Keep your eye on the bolt.
Oh.
This'll keep them on their toes.
Oh.
Leave this to me.
Oh, bunny.
Magic changes people. I got him.
How do I? Oh, he's a friend. I can't. How far away? Okay.
Watch where this lands. Blink and you'll miss it.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Ephemeral bolt.
Yeah.
Throwing bolt.
So if I
for
like
some
do that, does it get?
misdirection. Good luck running from this.
Mess up. Okay. Get redesigned in the future, like Viper? Yeah, of course he will. They just, it's so funny seeing how bland, like, the characters that have been out for a while that they just haven't gone back to. I think, like, Pocket is...
My father's
Hold
gift
on.
for my 18th birthday was a bullet to the chest.
I don't think Pocket...
Today is my chance to say thank you.
Oh, has he? Pocket was in works of getting a redesign, and by that, the new, like, image of him had, like, a more detailed version, and it's so cool to see the slow work. Even some of the animation stuff will change, but I just love it. It's so funny looking at Sinclair than looking at Celeste. Who else we got? Drifter's pants
By the
definitely
time
don't
I'm
fit
through
him.
with them, the cops won't be able to identify the body.
I love Viper so much. Oh my god. A lot of these people have deep lore and tragic lore, and then there's the Lash. The Lash is an asshole. Dude, no, they updated Lash's, it's been a while now, but
The Lash
Lash's,
do an uppercut. And then I saw Bebop do an uppercut, and I knew right then and there that I would never do one again.
oh my god, I fucking hate Lash. I love Lash so much. God, I love his parry. Just his fucking chest. I really want more Geist lore, and by that, she has a whole comic that obviously it isn't out because the whole game isn't fucking out. But I want that comic. Mina's just... she's never got told no before. Love Paige. I love the, like, the thoughts that Billy is Paige's brother. That's fun. That's a, like, a theory. A game theory. Love Paradox. She needs not a rework, but like her boots need a rework. Her design just needs, a lot of them just need a little tune up, which isn't even bad. Like for the most part, it's really good. Holiday's legendary gun is so funny to me because it's just a block.
Yeah, like I'd miss my chance to summon a god. Hit anyone who gets close.
I do. I haven't played Graves that much. I haven't played Celeste. Hi, Shannon. Wow. Wow. Dude, she
No
was
one is
going
stopping
down
me.
and yesterday at campus. What? Not like bad shit. It's just everything was going wrong for Bistro. It was so funny when I walked in there. I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean things were going wrong? What do you mean? What do you mean this happened? I don't think I want to play any of these characters. I haven't played Vindicta in a while. Thank you, Doc, for gifting yourself to Shaylin. Thank you, thank you. Oh, Bijou, yeah. It was perfectly fine once I got there and it was chilled out, but the morning crew, ooh. Oopsie, so sorry. Touch, 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 touch. Oh, come on. Falling. Great talent. Yeah, we'll keep it like that. God, I love, oh my god, I don't think I have, I am opening up TikTok right now. There is this person and it's so funny. That's not. There was an item in this game. Oh, thank God. They haven't found my page and it's so funny to me. I can't wait till new characters. Where's Rim? It's right there. Like to go home. There is Rim. Day 2, everything was just wrong? Oh my god, what the hell? Like, I know it's April Fool's Day, but like, it's not supposed to go wrong. What do you mean? Ram. 715? Okay, hold on. Hold on, I'll put him on the stage. Middle of the ground. Stage. Fuck. I was setting the scene. Come on, game. I was setting the fucking scene. And then you're gonna put me in this page? I know I had her as two priority as well as Rem, but like, you're gonna do that to me? You're gonna put me in his page and not as a Rem? Oh, oh no, it doesn't look fine for you either. I was like, oh, is it just my OBS that like looks all scraggly and raggly? Because the hype little train thing was all scraggly and raggly for me. No, you also see me as scraggly raggly. Also, thank you for the hype train. I felt very delayed. Red fair skirt. No, for a jog. I want to go on a run again. I miss running. A beautiful sunshine. Already before ooh, frick yeah. I need to figure out when I could go to the Ren Fair because I think most of my friends are not going this year. Woe is me. We back to the hotel? Okay, Kai, lock the frickin'. Get your shit ready to go back to the hotel. Give the kitty pets one more time. Maybe. I don't know where you are. Actually.
The time has
What the
come
fuck is that?
to choose.
You took my Rem. Traffic. Cupcake. Dog with a blog. Email.com. I think I like these people. You know, I gotta really figure out what button is my talk in this game because I don't want to accidentally hit it. Oh, I forget which build I have on this page because it shows me the extra build things. Can't look at it. Community together for Ren Fair. You go with all of us instead. You're so right. Community Ren Fair Day. I was working on 2 months ago, so it would be the last minute sewing, and here I am, last minute sewing the week before. You're so real for that. I'm not Rem. Fuck off, Rem. You in particular shall perish by my hands. But why did I try to double jump? I can double jump. Yeah, why couldn't I double jump? Oh, no, not affliction. Eviction. I'm not doing hello. Burn. No! No, I'm still asleep. Oh god, that little guy was so dead. You guys, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Wait, you're not my friend?
Here comes the cavalry.
Don't die over there. Okay. Well.
Butterscotch. They were right here.
I don't like where I'm at, I'll be honest. I'm backing away. Why does that sound like a mole underground? Who was underground? What was that noise? Hey, fun to do a day with me? Yeah! What day are you guys going? I need to text you. I need to text you about Red Fair. Stop it, little guy. Hey, little guy. I played the baddest, sickest, stupidest move there. Didn't get myself killed. No, gotta go! Stop it, gotta go! Hey, what's happening back here? Hey, you should kill him. I think you should kill that guy. You'll hear from my lawyer, not the lawyer! They're on our turret? Oh my god. They're on the fucking turret. Oh. I had one page. Fucking. Where's that fucker? I don't think I really care. Did I throw that on him?
God, Red
I don't
killed it
actually
in the
know.
old palace last night.
No! No! I gave it to the wrong person! Ah, give me space! Oh, hey, I don't want to be a part of the hunt. I won't lie.
Fantasy.
Oh, Silver, I have nothing to give you, and I don't even know where I'm aiming. Oh, Silver! Silver, no! Echo shot! You already had an echo shot! Silver! I don't actually remember what that ability thing does. Will not lie. No cap, no lie. Yeah, I'm a murderer. I'm a murder them. I'm a murder them. Oh no. Yeah, get their ass now. Get that one little guy. Oh, he has a little guy on him. Hi, Coco, how are you? I need to catch up on the messages now. Go to our local Red Fair in the past year, finding someone to go would be a challenge. It always is a challenge. It's either you have people who want to go, or it's always the moment you want to go to something, they can't go. And it be like that, just how life be. But like, God, get off of that, Rem. Get off of that, Rem. Fuck you.
For you.
He burned me. He burned me, you guys. He burned me. You got me? I don't have a lawyer. Damn. I caught you red-handed. Or no-handed. You got no hands. Oh, there's somebody above me.
It's right back here.
No, my book. My book. Fuck you in particular. What if I just... Oh. Hey, so I'm dead. Yeah, anyways, what'll be happening in... Let's see. I just want to go friends again. Not the... What's your warrior's name? To be the dog shit. Hey! Silver the Hedgehog. Silver the Hedgehog. Silver my hedgehog, girl. I love Sonic. We're dead. We're dead. I want you to know this is a street brawl. I don't know why it's lasting so long. Shagging them? Okay. Oh my god, I couldn't even. Ricky! Can we just lose this? I want out of there. Thank you, Rem. Rem, my goat. We have to kill the minion. Well, I'm not gonna be mean. 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 Yeah. A wolf chick with a lesbian said, "Mama." Oh. Sorry, man. Motherfucker. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, bro. How is everybody doing? How is everybody doing?
This is a great read.
I want to hear Ricky, but Deadlock's too loud, and I don't want to blast the song in your guys' ear. Ow, Rim, don't hit me. I'm innocent, please.
Going good.
We killed them, boss. We killed them, boss.
Let me help you.
That was not my horse. That was not my horse.
Fight for Apple.
That was not my horse. It just looked like Ricky.
It's one of my favorites.
No. That wall fucked me over. Get me over there. Oh, here, healing for everybody.
Good job.
Feeling slightly better. Sarah, Page. I'm feeling my afternoon. Fuck yeah! You know what I learned is really fun to do? You know that cowboy, like, the hooey? Very fun. The suey also good too. That sound, okay, I just sound like a bitch now. I'm not gonna lie. I just sound like a bitch. Sure, we'll take that. I want more purple. Oh, well, I'll take that, but I don't think I can activate it. Refresher. Oh, that was my last item. Just finished my sandwich, and now on my gap before class at 4. You don't have class till 4, B? Also, tell me if anything needs to be rebalanced up audio-wise. I can turn myself up, I can turn myself down. Turn down for what? But I just wanted to hear Ricky, I won't lie.
Bringing in support.
Deadlock is just really loud, so I also can turn it down, which, truth be told, Deadlock is kind of loud in my ear. No, Delbur. Oh. No, no. No, no, I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Lancelot, I need you.
I still died. I threw my whole say though, by Ricky. Yeah, it's so fucking. It's fun to yell. Yeah, yeehaw is really fun. I definitely healed my spirit a little bit in my soul. In my soul, I healed my spirit in my soul. I healed my soul in my spirit. I healed my spirits by yelling yeehaw in the car the other day. It was very fun. I think it's gonna die, you guys. Oh no. Watch out!
The hidden king's
I miss-
loyalties are more resolute than we expected.
Sorry, boss. Sorry, we're gonna turn up Ricky. I like this part of Ricky. Everybody, it's Ricky time. Was not my horse. That was not my horse. That was not my horse. It didn't look like Ricky. That man's punched a cop. Yes, punched a cop. No, we all need help. We're gonna do that one. Bow, bow, bow. Oh yeah, I can fly! What did Boss Man say? Okay, Boss forgave me. Boss forgave me for not killing the enemies. I'm flying, soaring. There's not a star in heaven that we can reach. Down, down, down. Okay, so I can't see. Oh my god, you're gonna fucking die. Oh.
Meet my friends.
No.
Ready to go back to... I love this part.
No.
Hold out to help our lives.
I'm flying. I'm dying. I'm soaring. There's a needle in my fucking body. What was that? Was it called? Like that. I mean, you're not entirely wrong. Those are similar. That was not my horse. It just looked like Ricky. I just punched a cop. I just punched a cop. I'm gonna go to prison. Sorry, reciting it for you. It almost sounds like I'm reciting. Oh, my on repeats have ended. 6047. Well, it's dead.
Victory eludes
Sorry,
us,
boss.
but we will not be broken.
Won't forget that anytime soon.
I can fly. Yay! Boss forgave me, everybody. Boss forgave me.
私を止めるのは不可能だ。
Me gonna lose my mind at boss. And then boss said, actually, it's okay. Kill Dominion. What do you fucking mean, kill Dominion? Hey, do you guys want more coffee? Also, I realized caffeine's really good. Maybe I've just been too deficient of caffeine. And I just need some more in my body. You know? Which is not good. But I love caffeine. Little Rem. Little Rem, little Rem. Little Rem. Little Rem, little Rem. Little Rem. Just for you. Just for you, little Rem. Oh, my back just popped. You guys watch a Backrooms trailer? You guys see Backrooms trailer? Oh, I got a 6-7 on you guys. Hold on. B's gonna hate me. B's gonna fucking murder me. B, yeah, this one's for you, B. Oh my god, wait! I don't think I've actually showed you! Okay, so B, this is what... Yeah, I don't think I showed you. Have I ever showed you what I mean by, like, why I like this stupid meme? I told you why. I explained it. I know I explained it to you. Is Jordy online? I need somebody to show it from the other end. Because he does that. When you crouch, he does that. So you see that. So that's not it. But you can do that. Obviously, you can see. Hey, give it to me. So you can see that. That's a poor excuse of it, okay? You gotta, like, look up. Or looking like that. I think up is better. There's your 6-7. You can see how he starts going fucking crazy. It's epic, okay? We must succeed. The 6-7. See, that's only 6. That's 7. 6-7. This is the only reason I love that stupid meme, bro. I don't even know, like, I know what the meme means, but it's such a pointless, stupid fucking meme. But Rem can do it. So happy. I know I can do it as Graves, but I'm not capable of such magic.
Today is about to get a whole lot more interesting.
Hers is more accurate because she is a high schooler. Music is killing me. Good. It is a sin. Oh god. There you go. I need you guys to see. Hold on. Where's my webcam? I'm literally just holding my mouse like this to be able to press the buttons. This one's much more accurate and less funny because it's accurate. I don't like it when it's accurate. I do like the jar making. You know, Rem's better. Rem's better because look at that. I think Rem was super into 6-7 meme. Rem would be. Rem wouldn't understand it, but Rem would be. She's juggling. Yes, she is. Hold on, let me activate. I don't think you understand. It's doing a dance. Rem's doing. I don't think you understand. So in Archmother, in Archmother's side, there is a circle like that, and so I will go in front of everybody because we spawn like right here and they're staring that way. I will run in front of everybody after I purchase everything, line myself up, and then commence. Here now I shall perform 6-7 and make him freak the fuck out. It's my favorite little thing. Rem doing a little dance. This is so dumb. Yes it is. Yes it is. Why yes. Do you want to see the funniest thing? This is for all of my girlies in chat.
Time at the sideshow.
So, okay. So all my girlies in chat, and I literally mean this, all my girlies. Because, like, when Rem slides, he slides on his little pillow. Very comfy, very cute. Let's see,
Who am I to resist a
Paige.
perfectly good prophecy?
She slides on her knees. Still kind of hurt, you know?
I've lived in the shadows my whole life, and I'm tired
Then we
of
have
it.
Celeste. And for my girlies, this gotta fucking hurt. She just slides right on it. But, like, you can twirl on it. You can twirl on it. Anyways, that one's for my girlies. Even for my guys, you know, that's not gonna be comfy for anybody to slide like that. Anyway, this is my unicorn. That's me! You twirling on it? I did learn how to strafe, and it sounds stupid, but like, it's just the mentality that I'm like, okay, now I know for sure I can. I love Celeste little. I love crouching at people as Rem and just running at them. I summon patron, then I go home. Yes, Rem, you're so right. I love running at people like this. Listening to you talked about lifting a woman's boobs up and down. Okay. Left up, right down, right up, left down. That's been 6-7. They did just go 6-7 boobies. You're so entirely correct. They did just pull a 6-7 on her boobies. They did. It is a unicorn. I bet she'd be corny as hell. I love Celeste. I never play Celeste. I should. We're gonna do another stream brawl. I'll play a real game today, but
can we please pretend to like each other for 60 minutes?
I'm gonna be optimistic and say, sure.
I love Sinclair. They're so funny. There was a cheat code. I'm pretty sure that's the one from the Street Fighter Street Code. Hold on. I'm gonna go with that. That's the stupid up, up, down, down. Left, right, left, right. I love the unanimous cheat code. And that was a... This is so funny. No, that's so funny. Wait, I'm locking back into this. Can't let go. I can't play her though. Did I hit that? I did. Okay, we're playing. I don't want this. But he just went 6-7 on her. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. I'm just stupid. Free boba! You guys, what if I just end the stream right now and go to B and go get free boba? Okay, I really like Deadlock sounds, not video. Oh my god, wait, yeah. What's my voice? What's my voice? Buttons, communication. Okay. Is it on the right one? It is. I reckon. Ow. Okay, controller, communication, key bindings. Combat, in-game, communication. Okay, well that's not the communication I want. Isn't it like T? Oh. I'll only have it for that. I don't have it open for trade. Team? Oh, I only have it for team. Okay. We'd understand. Real as hell. That's when you know you got real ones here. Do it like that. I feel like the music is too loud now in my ears. That's an easy fix, though. That's an easy fix. Oh, yeah. Did I want more caffeine? I could. What if I do stretching? Oh my god, bro. Maybe I should back down. You know, that's pretty damn good of me, you guys. I didn't pay attention to numbers at all until right now because I just happened to look at it. I was like, oh my god, yeah, what's that at? Look at me go. That's improvements. Oh, I was jamming. I won't lie. Thinking about buying some caffeine free. Honestly, I am actually kind of really upset at myself, Doc, because I said the last time that I was gonna buy some more GG subs, I was gonna get caffeine free, and I ended up not. And I kind of wish I did, because sometimes I want to drink my GG subs, but it has caffeine in it, and I'm like, it's too late in the day, or I don't need more caffeine for the day, so I can't really drink it. So I'm kind of upset. I really should get caffeine free. It'd be interesting to get caffeine free of a flavor I already have and then do like the 50-50. I think I stretched a little too much. And by that, I'm extremely out of breath. Do I just get really excited and happy and then my heart starts to implode? Is that what happens? I forgot I'm shrimp. Have caffeine sleeps? Huh? You know, that's real as hell. I got a deep breath in. Oh, I'm not Paige. Nor Rem. Y conseguiré. Kill him! Kill him! Oh no, Fuck you, Viper. Not me! Not me, please! I'm sorry, I won't be mean to your teammate. Hey. Get out of the frickin' sky. I missed a lot of the shots.
Let me show you upstairs.
Upstairs! Puppies! Oh god, that scared the shit out of me! That scared the shit out of me.
Gone.
Sorry, I sat down. I think I'm allergic to seeing. I'm coming back, you guys! What's happening over there?
I'll do my part.
Ow. Ow. Can't believe Viper did that to me. Oh. Do they have a drifter? Oh. Well, they do, but he's dead, but also that was Crow's. Oh my god. Bonk. That was perfectly timed. I just saw him coming in. I was like, oh. I think we're gonna bomb them, you guys. Bye. Oh, hey. Hello, girly. Hello, girly. Okay, stop getting distracted. I was just flying around for fun.
I see the enemy.
Oh my god. I kind of forgot there's a Viper again. Let's freaking go. I should aim. I won't lie. Sometimes I'm just shooting and I'm just like, I'm just gonna hold that button and just start blasting. What am I listening to, you guys? Oh, thank you, doorman. Get over here. Okay, I guess I'll shoot them over there. Oh, it's forgot Kiki Rockwell's song. Oh my god, what was I parrying? I just parried a whole shit ton of stuff. The stock bot. Go ahead and use it. Bonk. Bonk. Oh. Bonk. Hey, what's happening right here? What's happening up here? Bonk. Oh, no, not me, please. I'm not the chosen one. Oh my god. These rounds have been really long. I should just play a real game at this point. I'm not gonna do good though. That's the bad thing. Don't petrify me, please. What's Ivy's fucking line? That's about her can't spell. Her can't spell. Fucking do it. Do it. I'm gonna bite you. Thank you. If firing at Ivy, you'll be lethal with it. What do you mean by that? I want that one. What are you trying to tell Ivy to do? I don't want to do this one. What are they right now? Man. Weehoo! Weehoo! I think I gotta breathe. My head hurts. I ate though. I should probably just take my meal. I'm just a shrimp.
I'm doing what I can.
I think I'm just a sickly little gal, you know? I fucking hell. She left me. Wait, I want to read that so badly. I need knockdown so badly.
I see the enemy.
So I don't know if my... Hey, what's happening right here? Oh my god. What did I just do? Hey, so that's really unfortunate. Oh, release me! Ah. Ah. Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Anyways, Spanish guy on a stuck on her rifle up against her shoulder. So real. Fun fact about gargoyles? Yes. Oh, so sorry. I suddenly like can't breathe. Alright, so just I'm not having enough fun at the moment. She's so cute. You can't tell her she's doing it wrong, okay? She's too cute. I didn't want to punch from the air, but I hit that button. Man. Oh, I didn't mean to hit that one. I mean, I fully did, and I fully was aware of that conscious choice I made. But, was not the one I wanted to click.
I'll get him. To the skies.
I'm dropping a bomb. Where are they at? Right there. Oh, we killed somebody? Oh, you know what? Yeah, we're just gonna hit that. It's my neck that I have problems with. I want that one. Pass that bullets. Where's my freaking thing? Man, Colossus. Hi, Kat. Were you at work yesterday, Kat? Or were you at work the day before that? What do I want? What do I want? I kind of want this.
The team's counting on me.
One less button to worry about. Oh, but yeah, you were! Okay, I saw your name on the board. I closed the day before. Well, I was there yesterday too. But I closed Saturday, and when we were clocking out, I looked at the board, I was like, sick. 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 Kev. Oh. Okay, you stop it up there.
You're mine.
Oh, what's happening right there?
I'll get him.
I actually kind of liked being up there. I don't want to be dead. Nah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Huh. He's gonna do it again. Okay. Oh, I'm free. Oh, I'm not free. You're in Clubhouse? Oh my god. Oh my god. I want Clubhouse so badly. I want Clubhouse. I have a lot of people I know that's there. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. One of my favorite performers is usually over there. I miss him. Yeah, it is a good time there. Small crew. It's just always hit and miss of if you'll get shifts, but because seniority. Seniority. I hate seniority. Why are we? Oh, I just bought a horse, and I named him Ricky. Hopefully, training goes well, though. I mean, it should. I'm. That felt awful. I want no. Oh. That scared me, I'm not gonna lie. We want silence. I've been good. I'm back at Marvel. I'm contemplating maybe going for trainer and or going for Bluey. I don't know. And or leave the whole company. You know, options. We got our options. Advance up, learn a new location, or leave. The choices. Bunch of options, you know. Yeah. Gotta keep them on their toes. I'm just gonna hit this. Oh, he has unstoppable. He has unstoppable. Oh, he did it for the first one. I made a great mistake. They can't know. They can't know my next move. They'll never know what's happening until they get the email. The email for Marvel, the manager for it. What will she get? Will I want to be a trainer or will I want to leave? She'll never know. She'll never know. She'll never fucking know. That was not my horse. That's my walker. Oh my god.
Taking flight.
I didn't press any of the right buttons.
Teacher.
Good
Well
game. I won't forget
Good
that
game.
anytime soon.
Dwifta was punching me.
Yeah, because they never fought someone like me.
Going to hell. Oh my god. Look, it's Viper. I don't like her eyes. Like, I know this isn't even her, like, it's not gonna be her final model, but her eyes also kind of scare me. Anyways, that's how it's been at work. I think I'm back to being scheduled now, so unfortunately I have to actually go to work. It is. Oh my god. Doc, the emote that you use is a spinny one, yeah. My OBS on the side is freaking out because of Deadlock. As it does. If I tab out, it's fine. So the emote doesn't properly work. So I just saw it speed run like 5 circles all at once and then it slowed down and stopped. I was like, oh my god. Anyways. Are religious specifically they are Christians? Yes. Why, yes, that's why you see them out on the church lot. They used to spill oil. 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 god. Oh, what was I gonna do? I was gonna tab out to do something. Oh, do we want to be a different reactive? I kind of wanted to be my funny little guy. Do I want to be this funny little guy? Holy shit. I kind of like being shrimp. Just kidding. No, I want to be a shrimp. Shrimp's so much funnier. I was gonna be a glor cat, but then my pen broke. Let me take my inhaler. Hold on, let me be Rem. I miss B. I think I like stressed out my neck yesterday because I brought 2 books and my iPad to work. So I think I fucked up my neck, like carrying it on a bag. So I think I genuinely need to lean back in my chair. Practicing Christian? Type of Christian? Has she been baptized? Well, I mean, she doesn't necessarily have to be a practicing Christian. Maybe she's not anymore. You know? I did bring everything. I brought fucking everything except for one fucking thing, Kev. My fucking headphones. I forgot my headphones. And I was pissed off that I forgot my headphones. I had to walk in silence. Oh my god, did this peanut butter, like, melt? Oh my god, it's kind of gross. Maybe I give it to my dad. So I forcefully had to read. I was finishing up reading. I only have like 20 pages left. No Longer Human. Kind of fucking hated reading that. Not gonna lie. I don't know why this is such a well-known book. I think it's because he's just a popular author and this is just about him. He's kind of a fucking shit dude. Bro got depressed. He didn't have money. This is another timeline. Another time. Like, older time. And he was a college student, but then him and this girl decided to krill themselves. Oh my god! And so now he's still depressed at the end, and so I'm so close to finishing this. Melted peanut butter. Use it in a cake. In a cake. Well, it's a Reese's peanut butter cup. It's a Reese's peanut butter egg. I kind of didn't like that. I took a bite out of it. I'm trying to breathe at the same time. I'm just really dramatic and I can't. I'm like, I need you guys to see how I'm sat. I'm sat completely normal, but I look so funny to me. Where am I? I just actually have to lean back. Lean back. Lean back. I'm fucking obnoxious. That's exactly how it's supposed to be. I think I want to get something else to drink before I start up. Oh my god. My control. Why was he bopping into it like that? Oh my god. Sorry, I like locked into spinning. Yeah, I think I want something else to drink. I think I need to stretch out my neck. I didn't stretch this morning. And like I said, as Kev has said, I brought everything. So my bag was fucking heavy. Because even if it was just $2, I brought the stupid Wayward Girls. And that shit, oh my god, that shit heavy. It's a big book. The wimp has been so good and help with exactly correct. But yeah, no, it's just like he also was very much like, I don't know. I get that he doesn't like understand how to be a human, and that's like in his younger years, it was just like one of the things he talked about was like, why do we eat 3 days? 3 days? Why do we eat 3 times a day? he didn't know, but he still did it. That type stuff. He didn't understand people, but he decided to deceive them to make them happy, to like he decided to play the class clown type shit to make people laugh and to deceive them. But then also in his college years, he just was a playboy. This is like older years. Also, hi Goober, I hope you're doing well. Number go up. But then in his college years, he just like was with prostitutes. But then the way he talked about them too was kind of disgusting. Oh, I didn't even. I saw the
go up more,
10
Sarah's 18
months.
point.
Thank you for the 10
more,
months.
Sarah's 18 point.
Number go up and number go up more. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't like how he talked about. I don't like how he talks about women in this. But now he's in a weird situation where he's fake married to somebody in order to work and make these cartoons. But I don't know. He also chose a horrible friend in his college years. That's his own fault. He also, out of his own curiosity, went to basically a cult and was working for them. Is he not a human? Honestly, you're entirely correct. What are we talking about? We're talking about the book No Longer Human. Osamu. Sorry, I had to look at it. The writing is very weird, so I'm like, what does this say? Oh, I could look to the side. It's probably better. Anyways, I'm almost done with it. I have like 30 pages left. Meowdy out, got it. Welcome home. Yeah. Yeah, but anyways, he's a fucking shit guy. Like, I don't know. Just reading this is just like giving me like icks. And the Navy. But we'll see how the ending goes. Okay. I'm gonna put you guys in Rem's room. I'll leave the music playing. I need to stretch too when I get back. Genuinely. Also, my ears kind of tickle. I have my gamer buds in my ears. Okay, I sit you here. No, I sit you here. There we go. Oh my god, my earbuds are out. No, why we eat the other day, but I do. Dumbass, you got a fucking free will. You don't want to eat the other day, you fucking don't. That, I don't know, bro. This, like, I don't know. It's such a weird fucking book. But it's like a really famous book. And it, okay, some of the stuff in the back is like a stark but powerful novel of modern Japan focuses on one unhappy young symbol of a dejected generation. But I'm just like, no, I feel like he was just a shit guy, my dude. I feel like he was just a shit guy. Presents us with the figure of a man who carries his misery and weakness and love to figure out the figure of our merely human selves. I'm like, no, I think it was a, I don't know, I would not talk about, God, if I could find it, I would have to go back through a little bit in this second notebook. Because the way he talks about the ladies, just like, they're stupid. They're idiots. I can't think of them as anything because they're stupid. Essentially is what he was saying. I'm like, damn, bro. Get a life. Anyways, I'm gonna go get something to drink, so I will be right back. Yeah. I have water, but I would like something else. Maybe juice. I don't know. I'll see. I will be right back. So real. I think that's why I can't breathe. It's fucking warm in here, bro. Oh my god. It snuck out on me, which is understandable. Listening music at a cafe waiting for Sarah to... Oh my god, she's back! Okay. Whew. Free boba in hand. What type of boba did you get? Also, I got medicine because my head really hurts. But I needed to take, eat some. Okay. Let's run it. My head hurty, head hurty. Hi, Ryu. Thank you for the honk. I was like, what song is this? Silence. Oh, we're looking at houses. Oh, that's the text message. Let's listen to, okay, this is a depressing song. Hold on. We're gonna go there really quick. Then I'll probably switch it to that. Okay. The last orange mandarin. Oh, that sounds delicious. Having a fruit jelly. That sounds oh my god. Oh. Oh. Why was Kiva looking at houses? She's just a wee little baby. Whiplash. Thanks, phone. Walks like she talks and she talks like she walks. I'm sorry, I need you to see. This is my Street Brawl roster sheet where I have like a whole bunch of Ada. Good, as it should. My roster list for Street Brawl is so colorful, so full, and then we go to normal Deadlock, empty. Dead. Barely anybody on there. I usually have more, but since I play alone, when I play alone, I don't put a lot because I'm like, I don't want to fuck up for them. What is my rank right now? Somewhere I shouldn't be. Yeah, somewhere I shouldn't be. Wrong button. I would actually like to play rank in this game if they ever put proper rank. Oh my god. He wants to live with us? Kicks my little feet. So that means we'd have 4 people. Okay. I just sound like I'm passing his kidneys down. And that's fine. Perfect. You know, oh my god, because I was just watching the Smosh clip of, I forget her fucking name. She's so funny though. Her mimicking game. You know the perfect. That's what it feels like. I can't sit normally in a chair. I'm sat like I'm trying to pose for like poses. I think I'm stupid, you guys. I think I'm stupid. Huh? Speak your mind, queen. I'm talking about that game. She bangs. Ooh, baby, she moves. She moves. Wow, I'm really boring. Let's go look at my REM build. Is there any other options I have for REM? This is like the best one. I don't know why I have this here. Delete that. I mean, that's like good. That one's not a bad one. I just love this one so much. Nothing. There's nothing in my mind. I'm trying to remember her name. Oh, describe the person. I don't know why it sounded like stupid Sonic, meow. As I'm shoveling Fritos into my mouth. I'm trying to breathe. I'm trying to breathe. That's what I sounded like. Describer? Meow. Also, I did get more coffee. It fit us. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, we're twinning. Oh my god. Are you ready for Thursday, B? That's our Resident Evil Day, even though it's also Resident Evil Day here too, so. Hee 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 hee. Oh my god, we're gonna get Chinese food. I'm so excited for that. Oh my god, we're gonna get Chinese food. Oh my god. Time to learn Spanish, everybody. Pull up the fucking lyrics. I'm not fast enough. I'm really slow at pulling up the lyrics, I won't lie. He says, pussy. Turn up. Be a fantastic day. It's gonna be a fucking fantastic day. It's no puedo. No puedo. I say, oh yeah, let's sing this as I shove more Fritos into my mouth. Yeah. Mira, she moves. Did I queue up? I did queue up. Yeah. There's only one Spanish song I could really sing. It's such a calm song compared to this. Man, I'm just crunching on Fritos. I hear it in my fucking ears, bro. What if I turn ANC on? It like hurts my ears though with ANC. ¿Dónde está? Sorry. Ah. I can't hear my music as well. ¿Dónde está el biblioteca? I feel fucking disgusted, bro. Is this the type of streamer where I need to be?
You're not gonna regret that.
I don't know what you are. But oh, what does he say? She begs. One of the guys looked at me and said, "You played Resident Evil 4 recently, haven't you?" Un forastero! How dare he? Don't he know that we just say that? But also entirely correct. Oh my god, they also say, where's the foreigner? ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde está? I forget the word. They also say aquí something too. Un forastero lives in my brain rent-free. Un forastero! I'm gonna un all over your fore till you stero. Un forastero! I'm just actually looking at four bed, 3 bath. Okay, now I gotta actually seriously look at these houses. That first house Keith sent is such a whiplash because, like, it's like, oh, cute, warm, nice, cold, despair, gray, white, cute, warm, green, updated, nice bath, warm, no, cold, gray, black, with warm lights, bathroom, green room, kind of nice, a little bit modern, warm, brown, hallway, outside, green, golf course. That's what it fucking... B, did you look at the pictures of that house? That fucking living room? It's warm, red carpet, brown walls. And then you go to the fucking kitchen and even the room next to the kitchen doesn't fucking match the kitchen. With a pink trim above. Cold, despair, gray. You moving? We want to. The thoughts are there and now the cogwheels begin to move.
Sarah, yeah, that's me.
Oh, you saw one thing and said, yeah, that works. Look at the full thing. I hear the call. Okay, the call for what? And the call like, okay. Yeah, okay. Move out? Oh, yeah, okay, okay. I'm like, what's the call? What's the call saying? The call was coming from inside the house. Well, you need to finish school first. I became a mother in that moment, mainly because we want to move the other direction. So if we moved farther away from your school, that'd be inconvenient for you. Because we want to go the other way instead of that way, you know? Sorry, that's me trying to breathe. I need to stop doing that. I sound like I'm passing a kidney stone. Am I gonna ever find a match? It's been 3 minutes. Cancel search. I don't know what happened there. Okay, what do we want us to do? What do we want us to do? This one made a lot of people happy a long time ago. Oh my god, we would have the whole B. I'm taking off my glasses. I gotta calm myself down. I've had a lot of caffeine now. Sorry, that reaction was to yeah. I gotta stand up. That visual reaction was to me actually getting into a queue, like into a match, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You fucking kidding me? I just had to reload the fucking thing. You better number 12. You see that? Number 12, you better load in. Number 12 loaded in. Anyways, you're having me freak the freak out because, like, oh my god, we could have girly nights. Like, we could have girly nights. Who am I with? I'm playing a real game.
Papa
Rick. Papa Rick. Gary. Go. Who is it? Okay. I want Pillow Zipline. Pillow Zipline sounds so nice. Yes, para horse. And I named him Ricky. God, I gotta deny their shit. Oh, he fucking punched it. What a punk ass bitch. That's what I'm saying. Like, Gary? That's not even his, like, Steam name. Oh. Ow. Oh. Sorry, that was me, like, heaving my pillow into the sky. I don't know what- I need to stop saying sorry. Yesterday, one of our performers in there to the cosmetology was like, don't say sorry. And then they proceeded to then be like, sorry. And they're like, trapped in the sorry. Shoot the thingies, that's what I'm doing. I'm shooting the thingies. I need to stop yelling. I don't need to stop yelling. I need to move the mic away from me. I moved the bike away. Now I can yell at you. Well, I'm not gonna yell at you, but I can yell in your general direction.
Hey, Father. Already sad.
No. Oh, what a bitch ass. Oh. Naughty, naughty Viper. Viper, don't do that. Okay, get off of there, you punks.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. So sorry to Kevin here because I'm gonna say Kevin's name so much. That would not my horse. Oh, we're so in sync. What? Wahoo! 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 I'm gonna go to prison. I just punched the girl. I just punched the car. I love that part of the song. See, the yeehaw is so fun. Got it. What other funny songs? I need to pull up my songs. Fudge horse cop.
I'm here.
Okay, I'm attached to somebody now. Oh, I don't want to be part of that. Okay, maybe I should lock in. Okay, you guys, I've made a mistake.
Don't be a jerk.
Oh, I missed it.
Let's go yellow.
Let's go yellow. Let's go yellow. That was my panic scream. Go get your camp, buddy. Oh my god. What bitches? What fucking bitches? Let me get my bow. Yeah! Yeah! I'm a little guy, I'm a little guy, I'm a little guy! Oh, she's shooting me in the fucking face!
Conseguiré.
Not the tanks, no, you're not the tanks! Okay, that was the wrong one. I need to buy. Okay. I need to switch the music. I wish I could let B be in control of my music. It'd be slightly inconvenient because B is in school most of the time. Huh. But it'd be really funny. I don't want that song. I don't have a little guy.
A little damn. Damn. Yeah.
Just... Oh. Nobody saw me punch there, okay? What do you move? Yeah!
Stupid. Or maybe.
Could be stream DJ, that would be so good. It would just be really handy right now because I can't really... No! That's the one I wanted protected. I don't know, we're struggling a little bit. Oh, are we all struggling a little bit? Oh, you know, Piper's doing a little bit good.
My eyes for a second.
I'll come off a little bit. Bonk. Dead losers. you know, it'd be that way, Viper. Oh, good heavens! Kelvin, they hurt! Kelvin, no! We'll move in together, you and Keeves and Ash. You all can have control of my Spotify. Not all at the same time. Please, you guys would just be changing it so much. Ow! I'm hitting a wall! Whatever you say, Gary, what's happening in the fucking... in the whole chat? Oh, that's rude. Sonic music all that time. A good choice, though. I want to put my little dams out. Okay, well that just kind of hurt. Oh, how fucking rude. I did get them to back off, though. Bye, Chud. What's happening? Stop ripping my boy. What the fuck is happening? I keep on hitting my keyboard. At least you guys can't see me struggle. You can just hear me struggle. You know, that's better. Give me that. It's my fucking box. Has anybody lost? Okay. I can't be too, hard on us because... Okay. Cop. Mr. Cop. The cop. The one and only cop. Why did my music pause? Oh, it was going to the next song. Oh! Somehow we didn't lose that. Oh, Kelvin.
I see the enemy.
I think we need that right now, honestly. I'm like leaning forward. I want Mina to hurt me. Oh. Okay, I want Mina to hurt me. You know, I too concur. Line up your bow. I kind of want Sonic music now. I blame B. How long have I been streaming? Okay, that makes sense. This is the slowest I've ever tried to find a song. Oh my god, I don't know which one I want. I just queued up 4 Sonic songs. I just queued up 4. Oh, hey. Just get the fuck out of here. Okay, we're skipping. We're going to the first one. We love Sonic. Oh, I just got really dizzy. That made me really excited. Oh, see, okay, we really gotta push for that urn. But we're a little bit behind. Where's Kelvin? Okay. No, I can't leave him. Everybody supersonic racing.
The spirit waiting to be claimed.
I don't want to get hit with a bomb. I didn't run and hide. I need so much more money. How much are we behind? Okay, soul-wise, we're really not that far behind. It's just... Okay, my little chudlings are doing it.
They've taken our blue guardian.
Okay, okay. We're slacking a little bit. But I need to get some money before... Fuck you. Fuck you, little guys. Oh, my little chud... Are they not coming to get my chudlings? Oh. Galvin. Galvin, help me.
I see Mina.
Oh god, Calvin, help me!
They've taken our green guardian.
Thank you, Calvin. Thank you for the pickup. I really just need to be picked up from school. Ooh, high enough? Okay. Oh my god, I should play Katamari. You sent me that one so long ago. If I die... They took my fucking...
See Mina.
Here's ow! That really hurt. Okay, my chudling should be able to do a lot. What? Oh, they dropped it? They did. Oh! Sorry, that was me looking up. And I saw. Boo.
Headed to Broadway.
We delivered the urn.
Oh my god.
Good shit, guys.
I see the enemy.
Oh my god. I'm sorry if you saw me like you didn't see anything. I'm a fucking shrimp. Oh.
Mina needs to be humbled. Our Daywalker is under attack.
Sorry, Kevin. Sorry, Kevin. No! I was trying to attach him. He was above me, though.
Such conviction, Warden.
Oh god, I think we just lost this. No! It was like the last second I was clearing all the fucking wave.
Don't be a jerk.
Oh my god, why is the whole team here? Oh my god. Oh my god. Safely. Safety's approaching everybody. Duck and cover. We can't let them know that Doc's here. I forgot I'm a shrimp. Dormant pulse. Dormant pulse. Let me go help Warden. Now let me go blue. I want to click on that link so badly. Go, go. I want to see what song it is. Dormant pulse. Dormant pulse. Oh. What the? What the? Who the?
Supersonic racing.
This is a good remix.
You're not nice.
I shouldn't try to fight him. I shouldn't fight him. I shouldn't fight him. That's a man taller than me. I do want those balls though. 1 ball, 2 ball. Okay, collected some balls.
Receive the blessing of the hidden king.
Your stay will be unforgettable.
Oh. Oh god. No! He took it! He fucking took it! You took my boy! He just fucking snatched my boy. Oh man, you took my friend.
Headed this way.
Okay. I did get yelled at one time for having no green. I will continue to buy purple. I'm gonna help Calvin. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, what if I just start farming?
Thank you.
Go, little chudlings. I'm going to the underground. Oh, that's what I fucking hear.
I see the enemy.
This is my favorite place to farm. Who's on their team? Okay. I just need to make sure nobody can, like, attack me while I'm underground, because then that's a scary encounter. Not gonna lie, have had it happen. Also got teabagged while doing it one time.
You have a good eye.
Okay. Okay, we go back. And there we go.
Broadway is under attack.
Okay, Calvin's there. I'm gonna go catch yellow.
Headed to York.
Oh. Well, I'm still out of York. Yeah, might as well. Go help. I push it. Oh, I'll go help because...
Has been dropped.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's good, actually. They dropped the urn. Okay. Who's here? Somebody was above me. Smell it. Where's the... Oh, the urn's there. Okay. Packet! Oh, we still have Sonic music playing. I hope you're enjoying the Sonic music and the panic of me. Yes! Okay, Chudling. 1. Chudling 2.
A green walker is under attack.
Okay.
The urn has been dropped. They claim
No!
Broadway is
I
under
didn't even know they
attack.
got all the way over there. I should have been there. Is that little guy still there? No.
It's Sonic Racing.
Rem's coming! Rem's coming! I fell. Rem's running as fast as Rem can.
Leave us alone. That's fun.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
They do lots of things.
Okay, how are the other slots? Okay. Okay.
My
Okay, okay, okay,
resolve
okay,
is
okay, okay, okay.
unmatched.
Bang, bang. What am I listening to? Oh, what am I listening to? Oh my god! It will put on Dragon Force. Okay, he's going there. I'm gonna go here then.
Greenwich is under attack.
Dragon Force popped up when I typed in Sonic for some reason. Okay.
I know he'll help me.
Yes, Dragon Force, pop off. They're so damn fun modding. Oh, really? Fuck yeah. I love when modding is like well supported and fun to do. Because like modding a game is really fun. Left 4 Dead taught me that well. Okay, my little chudlings are going. Oh, el bebe! Okay. We want that song. I don't really want that song. Cat. Wait, okay, purchase. Kinda want that one. Okay, well.
Discerning taste.
Rich buffs. I kinda wanted to go to green. Actually. It's a little bit of a fight there.
They took out
No!
for your pitiful lives. Apenas estoy empezando.
I can't save you. I can't save you. I gotta run for my life.
We can't let the gargoyle destroy us.
Ah. Oh my god. Let me do you. Oh my god. Oh, no, no, I'm too young.
That was scary.
I'm too young. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was a genuine panic. Okay. My little chudlings all died. I want to be part of that fight. But I gotta push this up.
Sorry.
Go, my little chudlings. Let's see if I can get there. Who's low? Okay. Okay, we're all here. Okay. You know what time it is? Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. I didn't know where the tunnel entrance was, I'll be honest. I knew where the general entrance was. Hello. But I didn't know actually how to get into it. You know, sometimes we all just struggle into the hole. And that's okay. What's happening right above me? I'm leaving. Did I get both of those? Now we did. You guys, we just should become, like, I know I love Resident Evil, but like, have we ever thought about just becoming a Sonic channel? Just Sonic. That's all. So that's all we do. Give me that little thing. Oh, run. Run for my life. I saw that little orb. Oh my god. Do you see that bag that I got on me? I can't let him. Girl? What? I'm sorry. I haven't had that much caffeine. Who my friends are dying? Hold on. This ain't allowed.
A green walker is under attack.
I still got a huge ball, bro. And Piss Kiss is there. Heal him. Okay, I have one more heal.
Defend the stronghold.
Oh, my little guys. He needs a lot of that.
They will return, and we must be ready. Greenwich is under attack.
Oh my god. Bonk. How? I killed a woman. I am a woman killer. That's my one and only kill. I am a woman killer.
I'm helpful.
I am murder. Oh damn, his thing's already up. Don't quote me on that, okay, you guys? Yo, you stupid little friggin' go, little gremlin, go! Anyway, Sonic. How you pocket? Fighting for life. Somebody's behind us. Oh, I went the wrong way. Oh my god, how long does that fucking last?
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Pocket, my love, come here. Sorry, Warden, I hope you heal well. Sorry, just stretching. Oh, this is the song to get my heart rate up. Can we do that? I would like some more money. Oh, I'm not doing too bad of money, team-wise. Ooh, 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 ew, ew, ew.
The urn has been dropped.
I do want to guard that urn. I have 20 seconds till my ult. Oh my god. That was a weird encounter.
This great at shuffleboard.
The urn has been dropped.
Don't fight fair.
I can't get in there. Where's the urn?
Defend the stronghold.
Viper!
You're all bearing witness to perfection.
Yes!
Without your
I was just trying to get the Viper.
in peril.
Beep beep song. It is the Mexican beep beep song. Oh! Sorry, there was a boy there. How much are we doing? We're like, I don't know. It's going good, but it's going bad. It's not going bad, it's just not. Stay out of there. Hey, leave me alone.
Greenwich is under attack.
I see a column.
They destroyed our rainwalker.
Me? Little old me? I'm dead.
The best.
Back. It hurts from doing nothing. Oh, I guess I could open the song that oh, I should. It's dead. No, it's not dead. I can game still. I was about to respond to text messages. I just want. Oh, in my own base?
Defend the stronghold.
No! I'm too young. I'm too young. Ow.
Old habits die hard, I'm afraid.
Oh, she's reborn you, Eve. That wasn't English. I'm sorry. Can I press X? Oh. Oh, we killed a man.
Weeks over.
I'm a man killer now.
Defend the stronghold.
What do you fucking think I'm doing, bro?
They took a pocket.
Oh, he's in there.
This is my time now.
No, Mina.
The last one alive.
No, 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 no! I'm just a little guy. Okay, I was about to send a picture. Hopefully this works. Because, I mean, it says number was added. Da, 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 da,
Like there was
da.
ever any doubt.
A spinny spin spin spin. I say that B because I know you're here physically. I have an Android, so I hope I can see if all the messages right. Because remember when we had that issue a long time ago? Because I fucking suck and I have Android. Yeah. I'm sitting down, sorry. Okay, anyways, I liked my land finder. They were quite nice. But like, I could see that you physically added somebody. Traitor. They're just casually house shopping. B, I would like to ask here, has Ash said anything in that chat? Has she said words? Because if so, I haven't. If she has, I don't see her messages. Not yet, nor. Okay. I'm safe. I'm safe for now. I'm like, if so, I don't see anything. Number of cats allowed 2. What if I say 12? What if I say 12? Other non, like, dog or cat animals? Oh my god. I said I was gonna add her? Real as hell? No. I'm just, like, making sure that, why are there no photos in that one? What the freak? What the freak? What the freak? Hamster. We're just gonna be a little sidetrack. I really want this song. It's just my jingle right now. We want you, we want you, we want you as a new recruit. Oh, I need to get that song Coco said too. Ba 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 ba. Okay, add to queue, and then I also wanted Katamari. I just got an email. Katamari. There it is. What's in my hype? Hamster. What if we got a ferret? I don't want a ferret. I love ferrets, but I don't want a ferret. I don't want a ferret. I don't want it. In the night, I just want Ram, please. I just want Ram. You know, my family has to hear me act like this all the time. How is it outside right now? In the night, babe. Dude, this song's so good. Like, I love them in general. But as a new recruit, we want you. We want you. What was I saying? I was scrolling on my phone. Okay, not having my camera, like, I want you to know, I'm sat here just like scrolling through my phone. You would fucking never know. I look like a little boy. No. Oh, hi, Cody. Hi. Hello. I'm not on TikTok. You can't prove anything. Hello. How powerful is cultist sacrifice? They really want to know. Hello. I always just say 4. I'm like, it's pretty strong. If you're shit though, it's not strong. How fun is it to play? I put 3. I've never touched any of those characters before. What was I gonna say? Oh. I look like a boy, but then I was just like, no, it's just the cut doing the end, and I didn't click that away. Don't look at me. And drum. What's that term? And drum. You know, we're just gonna skip over that. It's a cut that works for both man and woman. Man and woman today. Kodiak, I'm not okay. I hope Deadlock last night. What with you? What with you? I need to take out my earbuds. I need to hear myself and think again about the things that I did today. Oh, I'm in a match. Androgynous? Yes! Thank fucking God. Thank you. Honestly, I can't even tell you if you spelled it right because I couldn't figure out how to fucking spell it, especially since I didn't know what I was saying. And androgynous. Bam, 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 bam. I just had the Hidden King yelling at me.
But the Hidden King.
Jar Jar stinks. Obamacare. Woody. Ender Chippy. Hand Merchant. Oh, I like this song. I'm not locked in. Coco, this was a good song choice. Who am I? Doorman and Drifter. It's the boy kissers. They definitely be kissing. Fuck you. Oh no, now Kodiak can see how maybe the color. You're sure kind of giving boyish. I don't know. I get that. I get that. It's ah! Get away from him. My haze. Haze, my haze. Get the fuck out of here. Save yourself.
Going to shot.
I almost said, okay. Okay, I got nothing to go back. Oh no, bro. If I was with honestly, probably if I was with Kodiak as a lane partner, I don't think I would do it with Jordy. No, I think Jordy would. I think they both would be down. That doorman is so, I missed that by a mile. That doorman's so fucking low. He got a little health now. I want to throw my pillow. I don't want you to see my insides, sir. I don't think that's a good idea. Haze! Haze! There we go. I want to give me that. I want the money. I want your fucking money. I don't think I hit anybody with that. My expansion is not as good. My area of hit. I'm so glad I shut the fuck up when I play it. Oh, I don't know why. Doorman, I'm just gonna hit you in the fucking face. Oh no, run, Haze. Oh no. Oh, oh no. Got the Mari.
I'm gonna close my eyes for a second.
Anyways, I think the yellow does get very boy. I don't know why. Yellow isn't necessarily boy, but you know, I see that. Me too, little guy.
Good luck completing the ritual.
Sorry, I really want Box's Haze.
I hit somebody! I hit somebody! I did it! I did it! I did it!
Don't look at me. Oh my god. Did he just... Oh! Oh!
I'm here!
That's yellow? His brain is beige? Yeah, this is fucking yellow! I can see it. It's the way that the light is and whatnot, because I have my window open. This is yellow. It's like a mustard yellow, so it's like a... Oh my god, what's happening to the left? Oh. Swerve! But yeah, it's very yellow. It's got a lot of green in it. I don't necessarily love it, but yeah. Oh, turn off. Don't look at me anymore. I'm just simply, ow, my head, ow, 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 ow. I'm simply a shrimp. Oh my god. I haven't been hit any of those. But truth be told, we've been a little bit stressed. I've been a little bit too stressed to try to hit my balls. I think I was hitting it at the beginning. Don't you dare do it. Stay away from me, Haze. I need more. Go, 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 go. I see
see Paradox.
Oh, I want that closer. Yeah. Yeah, and I had it. Yeah. Hayes, come here. I must heal you. Take me home, Hayes, please. I need to move this mic away. I am yapping a little bit too much now. It's not even too much. I'm just like, oh, it's happening. Oh. I have hyperactive songs on right now, so my brain is going, oh my god, we should sing along to Epic the Musical.
I see the drifter.
Okay, well, Hayes, I can't help you right now, but I'm glad you can see him.
Your valor is rewarded.
Here's your chance to shape your destiny.
Hayes. Oh. Help me. Oh. Oh, thank God that went right past me. No, I'm reloading. Go, big guy. Someone say epic. I did. I did. I did it. I said it. I think I'm talking really fast. And
I just got cucked by my egg.
I know what he means, but that's so funny. I got cucked by my egg. It's okay, bro. What's that little eye underneath me? Yeah, I said cookie. Instead of cookie cutter, I definitely said that as cookie. Fuck y'all. Hey, you stay back. I'm fine. I give you a treat of health. I should have probably stood up. I miss playing Deadlock with my friends. It's not the same. I can't trust anybody to actually. I can trust one person on the entire team to be goated with the sauce. And it's not even anything bad, it's just how it always happens. Yesterday wasn't yesterday. Last game wasn't a steamroller, at least. Just was unfortunate. I just miss playing with my friends. I just want to win.
Your stay will be unforgettable.
Oh, Hayes.
I see Yamato. Going to shop.
Hey. You wait. Oh, why did Rem? I think Rem said they took out Hayes, but it was just Hayes. Yes, buddy. Good job. That's her name. Yes. Yes, little guy. Yes. Oh, which one? Oh, boxes. A bat bear. Think I need that podcast have arrived. Oh, he's so low. Evil him. Hayes. That's all he fucking said. That's all the little guy said. I'm like, yes, little guy, what about Hayes? She's fucking dead. She's on our team, too. We need her alive. That's a Hayes we want. Oh. Ow, ow, ow.
They do lots of things.
My fucking head. Ow. She's dying. Come here. I'm not welcome here. You're not welcome here. Oh, I don't want to be there. I don't want to be there. Ooh. That party kills have arrived. They're kind of low. That's kind of tasty. Oh, you get it. Bonk. Every time I say bonk, I just think fucking TF2. I love the scout so much. That was my favorite I don't want to be here, Hayes. Hayes, I don't want to be here. You may want to, but I don't. Hey, so that wasn't very nice.
Paradox has been.
Oh! Hey, so I'm stuck. I hit the wall. Oh, Hayes! 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 I love you, Hayes! Oh, I'm so scared. Hayes, it was scary. It was the scariest part of my fucking life.
Jerk.
Scariest part of my fucking career. Oh, that fucking hurt. Don't do that. Oh, Hayes. Oh, Hayes! Oh, come here, you guys. You. Don't come near me. Oh, why are you so greedy? Leave me alone. What if I just build all purple again? I still like the time that I got in. I didn't get in trouble, but I definitely got judged. Blue?
Headed to blue.
Coming. Hayes, I'll be right back. Hey, so... I went and I fucking died. I was not the same thing. Okay. We're just gonna buy. I have 2 souls. I have 2 cookies in my pocket, and that's all I got. Hey, so I'm gonna lose my guardian now because I went to go help their guardian. There's no point in saving that. That can be just gone. This is as far as I'm going.
They destroyed the guardian on Greenwich.
Oh, how fucked up. You rang. I didn't ring. Kodiak, this is so fucked up and evil. I should just never play this game again, ever. I want to play Deadlock later. I have so much energy in my body. I've missed gaming so much. I haven't gamed for the past couple of days. Chatlings, my little chatlings. Come here, one. Go, chatlings, go. I can't even pop them in one pillow. Not enough bricks in my pillows, I suppose. I hit somebody? Oh.
A blue walker is under attack.
Yeah, actually, no. I'm scared of them. Hayes.
Unforgettable.
If you can see my face right now. I shouldn't leave her, but... Oh! I watched her get kidnapped. Oh. I don't know why I decided that was a good time of realizing, oh, do I have recordings on? That was scary. That was a little bit scary. I don't think I do, because I think I turned it off. I don't. Okay. I don't know why I thought that's a good time to open up my Steam alt tab. That was a horrible time to do that. Get her! Get her, Hayes! No, you're not Hayes. Get her! What's your fucking name? Oh my god. Fucking, what's your name? Infernus!
Headed to Broadway.
Oh my god, I could not remember his fucking name. Ooh, he's still kind of low. I need more money. Do you want healing? I can heal you. But now you're using that, so I don't want to. I want to save it. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. Oh, he's dead. Oh, he's dead. That's my favorite Rem line. No cap, no lie. Best Rem line. Oh, he's dead. Oh, he's dead. Oh, that's a woman! Infernus, it's time to leave.
Get out of here!
No, Infernus!
I know it'll help me. They took out me.
Okay, leave me the fuck alone.
It's only the beginning.
Ow, my head! Oh, my fucking head! Go, little guy. He's fucking dead! Hey, Hayes. Oh. Oh.
Broadway is under attack.
Just gonna heal and walk, get some boxes. Guys, I think I'm bad at this game. It's just very unfortunate because it thinks I'm good because I play with friends. And I'm good with friends. I'm not good alone. Boxes. I did learn the economy of money.
I can get something really cool now.
I do like the economy of money. Hey, Hayes. Whoa. That was not very nice. I left my Hayes alone for 1 second and they bully her.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Come on, my little chatlings. I didn't put it on the right one, but that's okay. My face hurts from having my glasses on, and then it hurts from me not having my glasses on. What does my face want? Where's my Hayes? Okay.
You're not nice.
Oh boy. I should shut the fuck up and lock in. There's no boxes either.
Thank you.
Oh my god, is this the last fucking guardian? Oh, we killed somebody?
Nice.
I just took a picture of his dead body.
Broadway is under attack.
We might as well just commit to some of this. Does anybody need help? I'm a little scared. Ooh, that is a lot of them. Oh no! I was trying to pull back and then somebody in my ride got kidnapped. Other people see you? All I have is a crying krill.
Headed to blue.
No, you're right. It's just a crying krill. That's all I am. Unless I press this button and then you can see me again. And then I go away. I didn't buy anything. I really need that. I need that. Put that there and we just do that. Okay. Stop. What's that sound? Okay, that's fine. Okay, yeah, you're good. You're good. No one may perceive me today. Well, you may. I was perceived at the beginning of stream. Chudling. Oh my god, Hayes. Hayes' icon freaked out. Showering? I'm catching up on chat. Oh yeah, because we were talking about my shirt because I'm scared. Not the Dwifta. Dwifta, come back, Dwifta. I was talking about my hair. I was doing something. Mina.
Headed to blue.
Oh, are you gonna go back, Mina? Okay. Oh, that's a man. Well, I can do that too, but yours hurts a lot more. I just took all of those bells to the face, I won't lie. Paige, let me attach to you and heal. Oh my god, Paige! I don't want to be that close. Ow! What a bitch. He fucking...
Oh, I love hide and seek.
Oh yes, you do, little red. He's so cute. What if we play League of Legends? I don't want to ever again. Ow, my head.
A blue walker is under attack.
Oh my god, you guys, I haven't even been playing the game right. That may sound like an exaggeration, but I need to steal their sinners. I didn't even touch a sinners last game.
Under attack.
Holy shit. I forgot sinners existed. Not gonna lie, like, I actually forgot sinners existed. I need a lot more money, bro. I'm a broke kid. I think I go this way. I'm just gonna collect this through the wall. Oh, Warden! You're not allowed to leave. Oh my god, he fucking left. Warden, find him. Warden, find him.
Play with me.
Find him, Warden. Kill him.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Great at shuffleboard.
It's not the one I wanted to put it. I hope they find him and kill him. That's not him. That's a paradox. Ooh. I'm gonna go steal their doubles. I stole their doubles. You guys, I stole their doubles. Ooh. Oh, in furnace, that was scary. In furnace, I have it. Where's Warden? Oh, I don't know. Kill him.
Our yellow walker is under attack.
Okay, do that. Go by. Wee wee wee. Golden at my friend's wedding. Everyone went crazy. A female bubbly mosh pit. That's so cute.
Blocked that off a Knickerbocker that was about to get his legs broken.
I love that actually. Like that's so wholesome and such a like great bonding moment. Don't mind me looking up. Okay, it's where I left my mouse. That's so cute. I love women. Like that's such a cute little experience. Women are so great. Sometimes they're... Okay, Ern. I had music playing and I had no fucking clue what he said.
Get out of here. Bye, friends.
Okay. I did something! I did something! Welcome back. Welcome back.
In furnace, your fire will only burn brighter. York is under attack.
York! Oh, that's gone. York is gone. Oh, it's not gone. Hey, oh, it's gone. Oh, it's gone.
They've destroyed our yellow walker.
We took, it's a trade. Not the worst. I want the money.
Be brave.
I would like to be brave. I'm a little guy. I'm a little guy. Okay, Chudlings, I believe in you. We just wanted to heal. Thank you, Torment Pulse. Okay. We are on a mission. Oh, I don't have a little guy. What's happening over here?
Such conviction.
Thanks.
Okay, I think they're good.
Headed to blue.
Sorry, the greed got me in the middle of...
Thank you.
The greed got me in the middle of that. Oh god.
I see the enemy.
I wanted to get that Sinners, and then I just instead got a whole camp.
Headed to green.
Oh, and I needed my little chudlings because I wanted to get to... So, I don't know what my priorities are.
Don't be a jerk.
I'd rather have the chudlings on my minions.
Going to shop.
I'm gonna stay attached to somebody. Oh, that was a good fellow. Wonderful. Hey, that's a man. Ow, that fucking hurt my head.
On my way.
There's a woman in the sky.
Waiting to be claimed.
Ow.
I'm full of souls here, people.
So mystical, magical. I haven't heard the song in a while.
Let's push green.
Green.
Headed to Greenwich.
You know, it was worth it. Oh.
The Baroness can show you.
Oh god. Never leave your little rep alone. Oh, my little guy's standing on it. Oh my god. My little guy was standing on top of my loot. Chudlings is such a funny term. I'm sorry. Yes, my little chudlings. My little chudlings must grow. I really want to get healing tempo. I haven't been able to get that much stuff because I haven't had a lot of money. Hello and welcome to I only have one green. Shut down! Shut fucking down! I think I need to go into the tunnels. I want to go into the tunnels. Well, let's see how this fight's going. Not that one. Not that one. This one. You know? I mean, it's going there. They're getting that. I'm gonna get some money. What did you do today, Rem? I got some money. I can't hit both of those. I really tried. Okay. Rem, come back. Arrow?
I see the enemy.
No one should have ever taught me the economy of money in this game because it's all I ever think about now. What are they doing over there?
Don't be a jerk.
I learned a little bit too well how to get money. And therefore did not focus on getting kills or like killing. Didn't focus on being a killing machine, but focused on being a money machine.
Receive the blessing of
I am now a money machine. God, easiest way to get money. Shut down, shut down.
Exquisite, isn't it?
Okay, I need to get back. I need to get back safely because I have a lot of money in my pocket. Oh, wrong way.
Broadway is under attack.
What's happening in Broadway?
They're great at shuffleboard.
I just made a lot of money. Sending the video of the block trials. I'm pretty sure because I remember seeing one. Because I remember seeing, wasn't it on the Hidden King side? It had more than the other side.
Way home, kid.
Bro, I have so much money and I can't even use it because I don't have enough money to buy the items I want. I need to look at the tunnel thing again. So much more. Yeah, that's honestly kind of crazy, but that's why I risk going to the other side sometimes. And that's why I'm like, oh, who's on the team? Oh, I can't go in their tunnels. This game, I could go into their tunnels. I kind of want to do earn, but I don't want to, like... I don't want to initiate it. So my little chudlings, I want that money. Actually, speaking of which, it's Archmother, but I'm gonna go on to their side. Sneaky snake.
Headed to blue.
Spirit urn is waiting to be
I like Archmother's side better. Because it looks cooler. Straight. Wow, shit's happening above me.
I don't like being alone.
Just gonna take that. Okay. I'm safe. I didn't know where I was popping up. Mina! Mina! Okay, that's the Dwifter. Oh, haste. Gotta keep Hayes alive. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
A blue walker is under attack.
No, your little skull is just sitting there. Low key to I see right now I got my laptop doom scrolling on my phone, wearing chunky headphones, and Sonic. I really want some chunky headphones for like work.
On my way.
And just walking. What's happening? Earth!
They do lots of
Troublings go. I want to grab the urn, but I don't think we have it secured.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Yes, the spirit urn is. Spirit urn is walking itself. How are we doing? How are we doing? And furnace? Furnace back there.
We delivered the...
I think they're doubles.
Let's go mid.
On my way.
I see Vindicta.
Ow.
Don't be a jerk.
The rejuvenator is...
I really want to rem steal sometime. Okay. I want to Let me see my pit? Your pit? What did I even fucking say?
It's dangerous out here.
I ain't want to see
Headed
nothing.
to yellow.
I would really like some more money. But we just got this, so I want to push. Gonna take everything that they own. Is there anything in there? No, it's not. Hold on, Mina. I love when he says,
Let's push yellow.
this is not... Oh, hey, Mina. Oh, you want that thing? Yeah, get it, Mina.
Your stay will be unforgettable.
Oh.
In fairness, your fire will only burn brighter.
Kill him.
Ill-kind spirit.
It's like Jordy and Kodiak are actually here. It's just like they're actually here. I don't really want this song, but I don't think I have a choice. Ow! Ow! Wah!
Fight for Avalon!
I am using everybody to heal off of. Girl, spend your 10. I got 10K!
I'll be right back.
You don't get to have fun, Drifter. Okay, I shouldn't chase. I want to chase Drifter. I have 11K now! I was mean to the Drifter multiple times. I guess. Do we still have... I don't even think I'm gonna get to spend my 10K. Oh! Oh! My God! I don't want Death to do that. Oh! Ow! I think we're staying. Oh, come here, Inverness. Let's die, heal you. I am leaving this game with 14K in my pocket. I got 14K in my pocket.
Good game.
14K in my pocket.
Well played.
Drifter and Viper's interactions together? Yes. Yes.
That's what I like to see.
Shopping! Too late. The 14K is gone. Didn't spend it. I just, you know, the game ended. Thank you, Obamacare. Thank you, Jar Jar Stinks. Thank you, Halves. Thank you, Ender Chippy. Thank you, Woody. Hand Merchant. Pretty good name. Gone for Life. Sorry I killed you multiple times. Adrian. You don't get one. You don't get one, Adrian. Hold on, I didn't actually look at anything. Yeah! Did I do a lot of damage or whatnot for things? No, but I healed. I healed the best as I could. I had one green item. I have... Oh. I had one green item. This is how I live my life. Usually with 2 green items the entire time. Usually only 2. I live my life on purple. If I had my choice, I would have 1 green item, 2 green item. Maybe 3 if I feel like this. If I feel like I'm actually hurting, then I get this. If not, you know, purple. I want to implode someone. What time do I gotta... I don't know what time I gotta go to the store. It's kind of warm. It's kind of warm. It is kind of warm right now.
Hi, pretty people. I'm back. I hope we're having a good day and stream. I'm so happy to see you, and I just got off a call with my best friend.
Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Okay. Let it ride! Wait, hold on. You fucking ankles. I fucking love Viper. I fucking love Viper. What's she gonna say?
Sometimes I think, man, it would be so fun to break out a Lost Whisper, and then I think, V, that is a dumbass idea.
I love her voice actor so much. She does so much content on TikTok about Viper, and I love it.
I'm not a one-trick pony. I got like 4. 5 if you count the one where I get an injured audience member not to sue.
I love her. Shit, can I fucking click it?
Yeah, I'm a work in progress. Pick me.
If you need my help, I'll be there.
What's the fucking Celeste quote we got earlier? Celeste just fucking didn't stop talking. I'm like, Celeste, I'm trying to talk.
I'm just gonna say it. Lash is awesome, and he kicked Bebop's ass.
Oh. Just Lashes
You
this
were
time.
looking to summon a god, right? Well, here I am.
I love Lash so much. Who else has funny ones?
What are we standing around for? Let's start breaking shit.
Fucking love Millie. Don't ever play him though.
You are about to see something rare and wonderful.
Love how her hair just does little swiggles. Okay.
I help us.
Yes. Yes, Rem. I really should play other characters, but I feel very much like a one-trick pony now, as Celeste would say. Except I can play other characters. I just wish not to. I wish to just be Rem. Oh, I really gotta add more people to this list. I guess I don't mind having Hayes here. I just don't enjoy playing Hayes. I'm not gonna put her there. I just don't want to put too many on because I'm not with my friends. Sinclair can sit there.
You're about to watch my greatest trick.
No, because the moment I do
Make
that,
my dignity disappear?
Go to hell, Savannah.
the moment I put like just an off chance somebody over here, like even Abrams, because I want to learn Abrams, but like I don't really play him. The moment I put that, it's gonna bypass my high priority to my medium priority to just no priority. It's gonna go straight to there. Because I fucking have had that happen before. I just clicked on real game. Oh, buddy, oh pal. I should stretch. Oh, I paused my music. Just daddy do. Like some days when I stretch, it like hurts and it's not a good stretch day. Today's a stretch day where I'm like, oh, this is actually, I think I needed it. My body just needed to be stretched out. I could almost touch my toes. Are they an unhappy couple? They aren't stuck in the doll. They both died. They're haunting the doll together. But yeah, they were a married couple. I forget exactly what... Hold on. I do love their lore. It's very funny. Deadlock. 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 Heroes. Deadlock. ABCD, ABCD. Yeah. Huh, okay, I guess I'll have fun. Okay, I can't read the full
Oh my god, black!
Kill. Oh, I should have picked the other one. I gotta remember, I had to pick... Oh my god, I went flying forward. Oh, it's Abrams I talked about. Fuck you. Oh, I gotta make note that I need to get shield next. Oh, hey, Viper. Look what happens. Ow. Ow.
I could buy something.
I could buy something, but I usually wait till 3,000, which is very stupid of me. But for some reason, is what I do. Hey, that's to me, Viper. Oh my god. Lash, Lash, we gotta get this Lash. There we go, Lash. Live on, Lash. Me and Lash are like in sync of. Okay, now that side. Okay, now that side. I'm like, wait. There we go. Ooh, I don't like how they spawn. Hey Lash, would you like to get the camp?
I'll cover you. Go get him.
That's very mean. Hey, don't hit the Lash, okay? Do you know who you're fucking talking to? That's the Lash. They took our boxes, bro. Okay, our camp's still there. The sudden pressure in my head has expedited shipping of pain. Oh, Lash killer! Oh, Lash. Oh, Lash! I don't know what I'm doing, Lash. I think I'm gonna get that first. Oh no.
No, I don't go selling these to just everyone.
I did just bypass that other one. My head hurts.
This one is one of my favorites.
Very wily paradox.
Okay. Where's Lash? My boy.
Have I got a story for you?
Just make their day a little hectic. Lash. Lash. Eat the Lash. Oh. I almost just missed him. I just missed him. I almost got him. I just missed him. Wow. I should really learn to say the words in order. Lash, we cannot just let him get that.
There you go.
Okay, I guess I'm in charge of camps now. The Lash behind you. I can't do anything to save you. Oh! Oh. I can't even say his name.
Don't mind the blood on that. It's gently used.
The Lash is making my head hurt.
Receive the blessing of
Tired
the
of
hidden
streaming.
king.
Is that a fucking bot?
Come on.
It is! God, Lash. Too strong, Lash. Too strong. I'm a child. You? What?
Our team.
What do I mean by this?
I'll be right back.
Oh, good heavens. I missed that completely. Oh, I missed that one.
Conjuring.
Okay, please get that. Thank you, Lash.
They have to be here somewhere.
Oh, there was nothing in my boxes. I think that'd be good, but
Taste. I love it.
I got you.
God, Lash, get some health.
I brought this with me. Revive.
Oh my God, Lash.
Doesn't love a little Arthurian fantasy.
I think I have to go mega support. No, if I go mega damage, then I just take over. Oh.
Meet my friends.
Oh, he fucking got out of the way. Oh shit, I hit that. Yes. Oh no. The excitement. This is I'm like, what do you fucking mean you're a child? I see. I see now. I concur with that information. You would be correct. I want to take some money, but I want to take his fucking money. I'm gonna take his fucking money. Sorry, Lash. I wanted the money. It's gonna be me. Lash just goes in very heavy. Oh, look how happy Piper is. That's a very bad thing because she's happy because she's been killing us.
Come on, buddy.
If I do that, it less damages a lot of them. Oh, Rem just got squished. Somebody run him over. Yeah, 3 of them did. 3 of them! Sorry, that wasn't realization. The Lash isn't here. He went farther away than I expected. It's okay because he did go to be helpful. God, I have to reload my pages for so long. My head hurts. I should put my glasses back on. That might help me.
Butterscotch. They were right here.
Oh no, Mina. What are we? Okay.
This is a great read. I'll try to slow him.
Oh, I actually got him. No, you don't. Oh, well, I'm glad I didn't get in that. I'm so glad. I'm so glad it's early stage.
Oh, I need this to work.
Oh, she's so close.
Boss has arrived.
Okay, Lash, you hold the ground. Need to go by. Priorities, come around. Oh, press the wrong button. Bebop! Bebopperson!
Come on, buddy. Charge! Not today, buddy.
We killed somebody? doesn't fight Viper super low. Viper super low. I want her ass. Oh, I shouldn't have got so close to her. Get away from me, Lash. Okay. God, I gotta crack my hand. Lash, you were actually doing really good, too. Who's behind me? Oh, I should have fucking... Oh my god! I can't do anything. I should have stayed under my guardian, but oh well.
Let's get this party started.
Does it say mileage? Huh? Me? I'm right behind you. No, but also, oh my god, you're right behind me. You're in my house.
Our yellow walker is
You're in
under
my
attack.
house. You're in my walls. My walls. I can't breathe, bro. I think I have to do something drastic. I like locked into the music. A box. Is it comfy in my walls? Are you too warm? Do you need the air conditioning up? Can I help you? Do you need do you need water? Do you want some snacks? I still have Sonic gummies. Delicious. Paradox, let's get this. Let's go, Paradox. Who's that? Not you. Who's that? Do we have a Dwifter on our team? We do have a Dwifter. Dwifter! Dwifter, I'm coming, Dwifter. Frick, I didn't get him. Okay, how are all the lanes doing? I want more money. Okay.
We make a good team.
Okay. Okay, team.
To Greenwich.
Should we do earn? That seems like an ample time to do earn. I'm gonna be very honest. I think Jordy and Kodiak taught me how to do sitters a long time ago. And then I never fucking absorbed that information. So I kindly and politely understand it, but at the same time, I'm not capable of actually doing it, so I fuck it up every time.
The right item could
Hey,
make
if
the
I'm gonna feel
difference.
chilly, you know, fair. I could just open up a window. It's kind of warm out.
I see Abrams. Here comes the cavalry.
I don't know if I was gonna make it. Ugh, I'm gonna go cover blue. I like locked in actually. I threw that too early, I think.
They claimed the urn.
I wish I was there.
A blue walker is under attack.
But I also don't want to lose blue. Okay, Viper's there.
A green walker is under attack.
Viper's really good at pushing.
They destroyed the Guardian on green.
At least that's Guardian. Oh, did we hold the last Guardian? Oh god. Okay. I wish I had Chudlings.
This is a great lead.
Yes. Yes, my look at those fucking look at those little guys. Look at those little guys. I did that. Okay, somebody's there cleaning it up now. How unfortunate. Right when I was just shining my glory. You know, somebody should really tell me to shut the fuck up. I should really shut the fuck up. I am annoying. This is what it's like when me and B hang out and we don't shut up. And it's wonderful. It's just also awful because we don't shut up. So if you want us to shut up, unfortunate day for you. We're
No
not.
point in saving more souls than this.
What do you mean?
Shopping.
Sorry, the what do you mean was to Paige. She was saying, why am I saving more souls? I don't know, because I feel like it. You're entirely right, though, Paige. I should actually spend these. But I'm busy saving the world. Ooh, oh, well, now I can't leave. I actually really should have 500 souls in my pocket. Come on, Lash. Come on, Lash. Come on, Lash. No, thank you.
A green walker is under attack.
Come on, Lash. Come on, Lash.
We delivered the urn.
Hell yeah. Okay.
York is under attack.
No, it's not. Hidden King, be quiet. It's not. It's okay. It's not under attack. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you speak of. Why would I tell you to shut up? I like hearing your voice. Entirely correct. Apparently, I like hearing my voice too much too.
Want me to jump in?
You don't shut up. Should I steal stuff? No, I should go spend. I have like 10k. My lungs are just trying to expand, but it's very hard right now to expand my lungs.
Exquisite, isn't it?
I like that one better. Oh, I don't have a lot of money. Okay, so we're just gonna upgrade. I don't like that one though. I like Rescue Beam, but I fuck up Rescue Beam, so politely I will not. Use that nice. I also feel very warm. Drifter, you can do it. I haven't killed anybody. That'll change. Oh. Fuck it up. Mina. I said fuck it up, but I didn't mean you.
Bringing in support.
Oh my god. Fuck off. Oh my god, don't fuck it up. That one might explode me. Oh my god. Okay, he's invisible. Fuck yeah. Making everybody happy. I did use my Ponce on that, and I don't think that was entirely worth it. But yeah. Man, it's always that a man is me. I pushed up too far. He did scare me though. What does he have? What is that item? I got Veil Walker. That shit's scary.
Greenwich is under attack.
They got that. There's a whole bunch. I'm gonna stay yellow, I think. Oh no, Drifter. Yeah. Too late. Okay.
Greenwich. Broadway is under attack.
I didn't look at the time. And by that I mean the time for this. That's mine. Gap. Ooh, it is ours. Oh no. Oh no, we're losing some steam.
Do my best.
Don't follow me, please.
Spirit urn is waiting.
They're gonna push this one. And or take the urn. Yep, take the urn. We're getting down a lot of money. It was going well. And I think we still could do good. Oh, little chudlings. Get it, chudlings. I do need to dodge bebop. Grab better.
We delivered the urn.
Oh, I don't have it. 20 seconds. I wonder if I can get this. Is there anybody here? If I can get us this. Yeah. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. It's totally worth it. I don't care.
I love this part.
Abrams is strong.
Oh my god, me and Viper are fighting for our lives. Oh, that's another man.
You have to work for it.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Don't stop for boxes, you idiot.
I'm not gonna stand for you. I'll try my best.
I want you to know my heart. Oh. Ooh, a piece of candy. My heart rate went really high there. That was very scary.
Our yellow walker is under attack.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Okay, okay, okay. I don't think I can save that.
With me.
Just need to push back. Okay, we just have to get all the walkers. How much money do I have? I have the most money on the team.
I'll take care of you.
Don't get me! My face! Fucking exploded on my... Oh my god, you guys. I have $900 in my pockets. $900 in my pocket. I still have so much. I think. Oh, I need to think. I need to think. I wish I could pull up the rim. No, like. Okay, we're gonna cover this. I already got this lane at least. Ah, I did it. Probably didn't need to do that, but you know, easiest way to clear it. Okay, so we got... Okay. It's fine. I hate physically doing centers. I like being Rem and just setting my little chud to get it. Oh my god. I need this. Even more dragons!
Now go out there and impose your will.
Oh god, okay. Blue?
I got a story for you.
Cover that. I need to go over here. It's only $600 in my pocket now. $600 in my pocket. Song has ruined me. That's not our teammate. Get off of there. That's not yours. Now it's mine. Spare me.
Headed to green.
Now I have... Oh god, I want to kill... No, I'm staying here. think we're falling apart. I don't think my horse could make it all the way there.
Headed to York.
I'll save the day.
Oh, maybe it hit.
The urn has been dropped.
And it's something.
You like dragons. You'll love when I beat Dragon D's nuts across your face.
Disgusting. I just love the little bit. Disgusting.
The urn has been dropped.
Okay, okay. They're fighting for their lives there.
Leave us alone.
Viper's here? Is Viper low?
Don't worry.
Okay.
Nice teamwork.
They claimed the urn.
Yes, both ults were needed. I don't know what happened over there, though. Actually, I can't talk much. I'm a dumb bitch and I'm not over there. Ow, that shit hurt, bro.
I see Bebop.
What's happening over here? Oh, are we killing Bebop?
I'll try to slow one. Stay safe.
Okay, we killed Bebop. Sorry, Bebopperson. It must be done. Let's get this shit. Let's ride. Let it ride. Let's get it.
Headed to green.
This one's one of my favorites.
I got a drifter.
Feels safer already. I hope you like the block.
I'm slightly low of health. Oh my god. Flash.
This is the best part of the story.
No one's taking me down.
Oh my god, it's a man! He's a man with a gun! Oh my god, Viper coming around that corner scared the shit out of me. I forgot how fast she slithers. Okay, this one, look at this. Genuinely think I need a little bit more health. The Bopperson is scary. He's just always gun. Dynamo's done.
The rejuvenator is descending.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do some of that. Choose one. What if I want to choose two? What other healing items? I like this one. Oh shit. Sorry if I'm really close to the microphone. I'm leaning forward. What an interesting little... What is this interesting? I'm so warm. I would enjoy putting my hair up. I miss my friends. Let's help with Bebopperson.
This is a great read.
Okay, there's a lot of us here. Ugh, they're gonna take the urn again. We keep on letting them get urn and other things. Which is fine, we're struggling, but...
This is a great read.
We're losing a lot of momentum. I say that as if I know what I'm talking about. I do know what I'm talking about. I'm just not good at stuff. Oh. I'm not good at the execution, but I'm... What are you doing? Okay. I don't know what he's doing. He probably knows what he's doing. I don't know.
The spirit urn is
Kind of
waiting
irritates
to be
me is the types of
claimed.
games the characters that have ultimate moves. You don't like ultimate moves? We need that urn. Can't just let him get it. Can't just let him get it.
Want to meet a dragon? For Camelot.
No, you goddamn son of a bitch!
This one is one of my favorites.
Oh, don't ask where that went.
Have fun, my darlings.
Oh! Oh, I'm hitting all the walls. I'm so scared. I already threw my horse too because of the stupid freaking. Yeah. I don't know why I'm rubbing up my head. Oh, good heavens!
Have I got a story for you?
No, I actually don't want anything to deal with you. Please help me. The help me was I needed to get in here. Get that in my eyes.
My resolve is endless.
Oh! Infernus, you take it! Oh, good heaven. Yeah, okay. Okay. I'm going here. I'm gonna hit review B-Bird. It's not gonna make it on there. Make it underneath though. You know, this game wasn't going awful and then it just spiraled. I think we let them get like 4 urns.
Stop right there. Keep fighting.
Oh, I don't want to be by him. We weren't really bad fights either. Okay, I'm gonna let them go. I don't know why I just punched it like that. Oh no. Okay. Fix that. Get back. Fix that. Crillionaire. Jordy, I'm suffering.
Mimi will help.
I'm suffering. I missed all the. Oh my god.
Come on, buddy.
The laser beam is not what I expected. I'm suffering 1 in a trillion. 1 in a trillion, and I'm gonna freaking. I'll lose my mind. I can't buy that because I don't have slots. Upgrade. Upgrade. That's all I could do was upgrade. Okay, what if we just don't take the walker? What if we... Not going that way. Paradox. I don't want to. Paradox. Actually, I could kill that lizard. I have the capability. Okay. There's only 2 left in that lane. We let them get like 4 urns or 3. I think we only tried to take 1. But I should have been the one to initiate because, you know, I realize I am the most money on this team. That's the man who is blue. He's only 1k up from me. Yesterday, yeah, I almost wanted to hop on, at least to watch, but then I was in bed. Then I laid in bed, like, night. Oh, okay. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. That's an old. Oh, I'm out of it. She missed all of those.
Want to meet a dragon?
Oh god, he's in the sky.
They will return, and we must be ready.
We're just gonna throw that over there. Hopefully cover the ground there.
Do mind.
Oh, that kind of hurt.
This is the best part of the story.
Whoa. You just threw me. I don't know where my horses went.
Come on.
I'm not even be mad. I kind of want out of this. I lost the last game too. That one was okay. This one, I mean, I haven't killed anybody, but I've been doing my best to support and clear lanes. You didn't hold your horses? I should have held my horses. I should have fucking held my horses. My horses are gone. I want out of this game. My Lash wasn't the best. He kind of struggled. He picked up though. Okay, maybe he didn't. He has 11 deaths. It's fine. Oh, hey, I didn't notice that my PNG is working better now. I think my computer's not wanting to die. I don't know. It seems better.
Maybe
don't look at me, Abrams. Dr. E. Phil.
After all.
Dr. Phil. Chef. Yes, chef. Dr. E. Phil. Oh my god. Fuck you. Not really. Nothing wrong with this REM. They just took REM. Oh yeah, Viper, you know what, Viper? Yeah, you get there. None of us got anything. They took it all. It's really warm. Do I continue playing? I want to see if that's gone down. No, that hasn't gone down. I mean, I haven't been doing... Oh my god. Loss. How is that looking? That's a looking. That sure is a looking. I like how Rems is just T-posing. Looks like mine. Yeah. Oh, I went up the stairs. If you looking very red. That's okay. I just want to get to the point where I can...
Here's your chance to shape your
Let me just do
destiny.
this. Sure, I don't know. I actually put that on the wrong one. I just want to be where I can have all these items. And then some. You know, I like to do that one. Put that there. But then I would like to have this, you know, put that there. No. You still be streaming? Well, I started like an hour late.
Ash! I love Ash! Yeah.
It's only 3 o'clock. I still want to play more Deadlock later. Maybe. I also kind of want to play Slay the Spire. Do you work? Do you do anything? Do you have a life today? What do you do? I miss my friends. 3 days of work. I forgot how much I hated it. I forgot how much I thrived. We're like, wow. Could just play games with friends. Don't have a life today? Good. Yippee. Yay! Yippee! Just woke up from a nap. I mean, now fuck yeah. I have to go out and do a little bit of shopping. But then I'll be on to play whatever game, even Marathon. Honestly thought about playing Marathon for stream, and then I said, I don't think so. I'm gonna explode this man. Why wasn't I super powerful? Hold on. Oh.
Three of me could wear his coat.
Yes, Rem. Okay, now he in blood. There we go, we love that. Love the shopping. No! No! My shopping center! Not my shopping center! Ooh, ah! I want to sit. I say I want to sit, and then I sit, and then I start a game, and then I'm like, man, I want to stand. Get down here. The krill must speak to you. The krill must speak. I don't think my computer actually likes... Rem. I want Rem. I want Rem. Please. It's Rem. Rem. I think I might want to play Rem, you guys. I think. Maybe just a itty bitty would like to play Rem. I don't know. You know, it'd be quite nice. You know, Rem. Have you guys ever thought about Rem? I should learn how to play other characters. But Rem, you know, we could just play Rem. What if I open up League of Legends and play Yumi? Rem Slop? Yeah. Hit him in the fucking head with a pillow. Okay, taking a sip of my coffee. Essentially, I've now... This better be a fucking good game. I'm Rem, okay? Team, I'm standing up, team. I'm not. I'm actually sat. Player number 12, you better load in. I've essentially had a full cup of coffee now because I've had 2 cups of 50-50. What's my smell? What's my smell? Why do I smell pepper pepper? I'm not okay, okay. I am lost, okay? Who am I with? Ivy? Okay, Young? Burned Man OG. Matcha!
Hey, okay. Oh, he's back.
Oh, Silver, don't grill yourself! Silver, don't grill yourself. I have to hit the balls. Okay, locking back in. I forget about this. If I hit the wall so many times there. Ball. I have to be like a dog ball. I wanted to make fun of you, Jordy, and say like, you just wouldn't play Rem. I don't think you have the choice to play Rem, even if you wanted to. Because I think I'm Rem.
I like my pill.
Stop hitting me, Mina. Yeah. I'm you, twin. Yeah, twin. I'll be Silver, you be Rem. I'll attempt to bite their ankles.
I see Kelvin.
Yeah, you don't get a choice. I'm Rem. I'm Rem. Ivy? Ivy, where are you? She's behind me. Hey, Ivy, I kind of want some help. Ivy, why are we backing up so much? Oh my god, I thought we were... It scared me. I thought we were going too far back. Go away, McGinnis. Lesbian. That's what somebody said. Side me enemies. So real. So real, twin. So you don't want to be in anybody, but it's... It's so much fun! What are you talking about? It's so much fun! Oh, good heavens. I think I drew on the map. Did I draw on the map? I don't know what the heck. You guys can't fucking see the map. Oh, ironically, it probably covers the map enough so nobody can cheat, but I don't really care about that. I'm just a shrimp. McGinnis, stop that. I don't want those things. In my economy? Stop. Mina. Oh, she's not close enough. Ivy, I'm not close enough to the shop. Back it up. Okay, actually, just kidding. I don't think I care about shopping right now. I think McGinnis is hitting me in the fucking head. Can't wait to have chudlings.
You like that? I got some other stuff.
I should learn other builds. What are you doing over here? Oh. My balls! No! Oh.
I see the Venator.
Let's go, Ivy. Ivy, you want some coffee? Ivy, you're my friend now. We'll have soft tacos later. Man, part of me was about to just think the thought of, I fucking missed. I miss Marvel Rivals. I don't think I do. I don't think I do. Ow, 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 ow. I don't think I do. I just miss Invisible Woman. I miss
He's one behind you as well.
Okay, we'll try.
I was trying to greet it.
Whoa! Friday! My savior!
Each stage is crazy. Oh, he's full heal now.
Ooh, I gotta be careful of that. I don't think we have ults yet, so... No, she's broker than me.
I'm gonna buy, get with Dave, who get the bridge buff.
Oh, bridge buff in second. Oh, okay.
Then pull back.
I have 600
Enough
ping.
marble at work. Yeah, I do. Also, I'm sorry, that man just said he has 600 ping. I think I missed mine, but we hit theirs. Oh! Oh! Did I get on the right one? I sure hope I fucking did. I don't know if I did. That will be a fix for later. If it's on my sleep, it's actually also really good.
Demolition time.
Oh!
I'm here.
No! Oh, I'm too fucking far away. Oh! Lesai.
Let's push yellow.
We're not going to talk about how I missed that so much.
I see the Venator.
Missed greatly there.
Was about to get his legs
Did I even take this? Okay. Ivy! Ivy, come here! Oh god, oh god, oh god. I just don't want Mina to get bites.
You wanna chase me?
But I want to, not really Mina, but like also. She bit his ass. I really gotta hit those balls.
Oh, that bubble, I can't help.
They destroyed the Guardian of Greenwich.
I feel like this is lasting so long. That's normal. This is fine. Okay, okay.
Our Green Walker is under attack.
Wow.
He's gonna push me.
Yippee! Mina. Mina. Oh, I don't know where that little guy went.
Nice.
Dun, 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 dun. I do want that.
That is that, my friend.
I don't necessarily need it, but I want it. Oh my god, that's a lash. The fuck is the lash doing here? Get off of my property! Okay, that's fine.
I see the Venator.
Nope, I want those boxes so badly. Ivy. No, my little guy's about to fucking die. Can I throw a pillow? Can I throw a pillow? I really want Torment Pulse. God, ID's dying. Oh god, I wanted to crack my back. Oh, ID!
Oh, I love hide and seek.
Yes, little guy. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Boss has arrived.
Wait, I'm my favorite character. I don't have to actually do sinners. Oh.
A blue walker is under attack.
You're the best.
Oh, I pressed that way too many times. You just have to steal theirs, yeah. But I also don't like doing sinners in general. We killed her? Okay. Mission time. Okay. He's just sneak in here. Operation.
I see the Venator.
Okay. I'm
Headed
hurted.
to York.
There's so many here though. What if I get our doubles?
No va a ser suficiente. I might want to buy something new.
Hidden King, don't yell at me. He yelled at me. Please, I was just doing that. Come here, my little chatlings.
Greenwich is under attack.
Well, that's nice, Hidden King.
Gives freely.
Thank you. Oh my god, he loves. Thank you, Hidden King. Thank you. Oh no. I've done it again. I am the richest krill on the team. Just good.
They destroyed the walker on Greenwich.
I do want Torment Pulse, and then I'll come back for that stuff. Okay. What's happening over there? A walker? A walker? We get both sinners with the one helper? Yes!
They're chasing me.
I see Lasher.
Why, yes. Sometimes he doesn't, the little guy doesn't go to both of them at the same time, but once he does one, he'll go immediately to the next one.
They do lots of things.
Don't know why. Don't know how. Hey, does anybody want that one? You want it? I should probably go help them with that, but what if I just go get this?
I feel like I can't fight this dude. I'm at like 1,000 ping.
I'm here.
That guy's really going through it with his ping. Come on. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Oh, I only have 200 souls in my pocket. That's fine. Oh, they're not gonna... Oh, I should have just hit her. I think I always expect that I can't do damage, but you should be able to pick off Mina afterwards. She's kind of low. Kill her in my honor. I honestly probably... Okay. Okay. No, don't get too brave. Don't get too brave, me. I'm gonna kill them.
Brother, what the hell are you doing?
No, you. Get his ass. Right, meow. Oh, I'm hitting a wall. Oh, I'm hitting a wall. That doesn't scare me.
I know it'll help me.
I've got like 2 of them over on this lane.
Go.
I'm back. I was trying to play blue.
Billy walked past us.
He's strengthening us all.
It's too late.
Go. It's clear.
I'm helpful.
No. They already got it. I'm gonna go steal their sinners again. Hey, so I don't have a little guy. Just start taking it? No, I don't want to. I hate doing sinners.
They're great at shuffleboard.
I think I need to go. Ah!
Mai's doing the creeps on her side.
Mysteries will be revealed to you.
They're walking that way.
Mai's with me.
Ow. Get his ass.
Let's see who's still standing.
Oh wow, I don't need to be out of that. Get out of it. Ow. Whatever Ivy said, yeah.
I see McGinnis.
Lash and Amina will suck.
What did he say about Lash? Genuinely. You know that he said I think he said they suck, but my little brain heard they sog. They are soggy. I'm like, I don't think that's right.
Well,
Don't be a jerk.
called it.
Our yellow walker is under attack.
What if I hit that? Don't hit it. This. Oh, we don't have a Venator on our team. Okay, I need to go. Cover. There's too many there. I don't want to lose blue. Oh god, I left and they start fucking dying.
York is under attack.
Okay.
Thank you.
I wish I had the other item I want to heal more.
Come out and play with me.
Let's go.
Set flash on me up here, up top.
I fought tougher.
Watch the line. Come down.
I didn't know where he was.
You get a walker here.
Okay, I don't think we all four, so I'm gonna go back to blue. I hope they got it. Let's yell. Someone on Spanish? Possibly. She just has a lot of things in Spanish. I know I said I just wanted. No, I will get this first.
You're looking to survive. You came to the right place.
I do those.
I think I blue.
You quite literally grabbed the worst person to grab there, man.
Coming for me. Behind him.
Did he just call me Remy?
You're not nice.
In here, I am king.
Yay.
Sick.
Thank you, good sir.
Okay. I could trust Hayes with my life. Imagine the whole team except Lash is dead and then hold on. Does not. Lash dies. Sounds about right. I don't think I have. There was one goated fucking play. God, I think Jordy sent it. Jordy, it's either Jordy or Kodiak. Literally only two options of who sent me Deadlock. But it was the Yamato. The Yamato who fucking lived. I have a lot of money. Yay, I'm not the holder of the most money of the team. I forgot I have little chudlings. Stop hitting my tuntling. Oh, I need to go into the tuntles. Okay, that's slash. Crows? Send me crows? I just need to make sure they know Lash is here. Silver, oh my silver.
Come back for insecure. I'm gonna go for that gun buff.
We delivered.
Never mind, you got it. Right above us. Damn it. Billy's on me.
Pretty much behind.
You make me feel safe.
Bonk. Oh shit, I needed to connect to more people.
Whoa!
Come from behind.
The darkness creeps ever closer as the drift.
That's just money. Ow!
Defend the stronghold.
This doesn't feel very.
Might go and get that so it doesn't get to the. I'm also 200 health. Right there would make me melt if someone said that to me.
You're not nice.
Which voice line? We're just gonna use that. I need to get these.
Billy's on blue. Careful.
Okay. I love
You
Rems.
work well with others, Ivy.
You have a good eye.
I love the hidden king of Rem. You are adorable. You make me feel safe. Oh yeah, I love that Rem line.
They do lots of things.
It's so cute. Okay, I can steal some of their stuff. Oh, that was my original goal, and then we had a fight happen. Okay, I think maybe took it, but I can take this one. Somebody is above me, but that's okay. I don't have a little guy. What am I talking about? I'm a fucking idiot. I can't say those words. I haven't gone in the tunnels at all. I miss it. I miss the tunnels.
Is the enemy in front of me here? There's two in yellow.
Broadway is under attack.
Yes, I do know Broadway's under attack, okay? I'm coming up from the underground. Okay. I would like more money, so farewell, my peoples. I think they're gonna get that, which is good. Oh, maybe not. No, I think it should be fine.
You're not gonna regret that.
I'm coming behind you. Got this.
Where is he? Key, wait a minute, little chatlings. My little chatlings, do they have a... No, they don't. Okay.
Pull back.
He got.
Ivy is strengthening us all.
Fuck yeah, I do.
I'm behind them all still. Following Calvin.
I could try. I don't think I have enough chudlings right now.
Great at shuffleboard.
Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to hit that guy straight in the fucking head. Sorry.
Silver tracks down our foes. The guiding hand is down.
I just need one more pillow.
I'm coming, man.
My friend? My friend!
Good shit, team.
This is better.
Let's
Much
go me.
better. Oh. Yes, I'm a greedy little bastard. My greed sickens me as well, okay? Y'all know that cats are asleep when you're able to prep food without them coming to investigate? Yeah! They be not even just asleep, they are knocked out and they don't hear a single thing. This one's there.
Let's take out Lash.
I wish them luck. I'm gonna go shopping. I'm gonna do that to help. You're adorable, Rem. Yes, everybody says that to me. Thank you. Where am I? Which side am I on?
York is under attack.
Okay, he's got that. Let me go sleep then.
I like naps. Night-night.
Let's take out the kidneys.
Yellow Walker.
Yellow Walker? Fuck. Oh god. I feel like we're in an awkward situation here.
I push that boy.
Victor shares his pain.
No, you don't. That's rude. That's our friend. Oh. No. 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 Oh, God. I swear to God, if Mina fucking gets away, I'm gonna lose it.
Without your help, we would be in peril. We delivered the urn.
We're fucking rich, boys! Oh god. I fucking hit her ass. Wonk. Wonk.
Demolition time. Sure.
You, I guess.
Let's see Kelvin.
Oh.
You started this
Welcome
fire.
to New York.
Is somebody shooting me? Oh my god. That was so mean to say it like that. It just felt like a little tickle, like there's like a little bug. Goodbye!
Holy shit, they're mad.
Okay. I have 6k in my pocket. I don't even have full build yet. I don't want to be out there. What's up, my little guys? Make me richer.
Your rivals are all dead.
Oh, this is. Yeah. That didn't hit me.
They have metal skin.
I almost think we should leave, but we're committed. I don't know how we did that.
Beautiful.
God, it was fun.
Hell of a fight.
Well played.
Oh, that was a good round. That was a good round. I can play one more. I can play one more.
About to work out.
Yeah, that's my Ivy. What's up? I have no fucking clue who this person is. Burned Man OG. Burned Man OG. You are the shit. I said thank you, and he said, thank you, young gentleman. Little man. Yes. Yes. Jesus Christ, Ivy. Jesus Christ, Ivy. Oh my god. Ivy healed so much. Holy shit. What did I do? Absolutely fucking nothing. I didn't kill a single person, but I have fucking dude. God. Did I commended my team. Okay. I think I'm gonna end there. So I can get some stuff done. I'm not gonna push myself hard for doing too much of stream this week because I don't give a shit. I'm just happy to be here. I'm having a time in my life. And right now I'm like, I think that was good. We did 3 matches. Oh, I guess we won one. Oh, I guess I only lost. Did I? Oh, we played 4? I played 4 standard matches today, you guys. I played 4? I thought I played only like 3. I think this match is just gone out of my brain. And we played 2 street brawls, which shouldn't have been that long, but they were fucking long as hell. For no reason. Okay. Anyways, that's it. My computer's fucking overheating, you guys. My computer's freaking dying. If I go to big camera, I'm right here. Hello. Welcome to the state of me after Deadlock. You know the TikToks of, this is me before. And this is me after. It's fucking warm in my room. My computer is too freaking warm. Look at the little freaking... Like, I need to... My computer's dying. Probably why I have 7,000. I don't know why I dropped 7,000. That wasn't even when we were playing the game. So that's absurd. Anyways, thank you for a great stream day. Stream today. I need to start raiding out again. Well, I think today I will just end because I just want to get off my computer so badly. I just need to get off this computer. I need to turn it off for a little bit so it can calm down. I'm pretty damn sure. Yeah, we'll just end for today. Stream Wednesday. I want to play some horror games, but if not, we're gonna play Outlast Trials. Now you come here and even. Oh my god, you guys just inviting me for dinner. I gotta message you about some of the drama that's been happening. It's not even drama, just the tea. God. Dinner and tea is what needs. That's what me and Shayla need to have. Dinner and tea sometime. I hate living so far away. I hate living so far away. Friends? Whenever I move out there, I'm gonna be unstoppable. I'll be so close to my friends. Okay. I have Silver's hair. Anyways, I'm gonna go. Thank you all for joining me on my comeback era. Feeling a lot better. My brain didn't focus on the numbers, and that's pretty damn good, because you know what? We were winning. Japanese style curry. fucking love curry. I should take you to the curry place I usually go to because I haven't been there in a while. Just for the fact that I want curry. I really fucking love curry. Fucking love curry. I'm having chicken soup tonight though. I should be happy. Anyways, goodbye you all. I hope you're all well. I'll probably still be a krill on Wednesday, and by that it's still gonna be up. The krill is still gonna be there. So bye bye from here. I love you all. Please take care, and I'll see you on Wednesday. Okay? Okay. Bye. You have the best curry place? Okay, Shaylin, we do 2 curry days. I take you to my favorite curry place, and then you take me to your curry place. And then we're both happy. And I staged all over the... I feel like we talked about the same place. I don't know. Anyways, I love you. Please take care, everybody. I will see you all on Wednesday. Bye-bye.